families in the least restrictive, most home-like environment consistent with public safety. The DYRS vision is to provide the nation's best continuum of care for court-involved youth and their families through a wide range of programs that emphasize individual strengths, personal accountability, public safety, skill development, family involvement, and community support. DYRS work with a few of our fellow district agencies, community partners, juvenile justice experts to provide a pivotal role in development and progress of youth who have experience with the criminal justice system. As Director Sam Abed is entering his first year at DYRS, we look forward to his testimony and the work of the agency. We also look to hear from public witnesses who have experience with the agency as well. First, we'll hear from our public witnesses. After the public witnesses, we will go to our government witnesses. The general public witness will get 3 minutes. If you're part of a Friends of or ANC, you will get organization, you'll get 5 minutes. And so for the first part of the hearing, we will hear from our public witnesses. If you hear your name, you can raise your hand so we can identify you, make sure it's correct on the screen, and elevate you to the screen. Our first panel of public witnesses, we have Mark Jordan, Executive Director of Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. Katerina Semyonova, Special Counsel of the Public Defender's Service. Ashley Ruff, ANC Commissioner 7F02. Penelope Spain, CEO of Open City Advocates. Mr. Jordan, you can go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Mark Jordan, and I am the Executive Director of the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. The Office of Independent Oversight was created in 2021 pursuant to a settlement agreement that ended the 35-year-old Jerry M. class action lawsuit. I'm here this morning to testify regarding several topics pertaining to facility conditions that this office monitors. Specifically, I will discuss population levels, facility staffing levels, recent hiring in the Medical Services Division, and incident levels at the Youth Services Center and New Beginnings, which are central to the safe operation of DYRS's secure facilities. Since last February's oversight hearing, there have been significant organizational changes made within DYRS. Not only is there a new agency director, there is also new leadership at both of DYRS's secure facilities, the YSC and New Beginnings, and in the Medical Services Division. At last February's hearing, I testified that the YSC had not exceeded its 88-bed capacity since June 2017, or more than 5 years at that time. Since then, however, both the size and the composition of the facility's population has changed. As this committee is aware, beginning in spring 2023, the population of the YSC increased to levels that the district had not experienced in several years. Between spring and fall 2023, YSC populations grew from totals below 60 to levels routinely above 80. And on May 29, 2023, the YSC exceeded its 88-bed capacity for the first time in almost 6 years, before peaking in mid-November to just above 100. The population of the facility ebbed to lower levels, near 80, through mid-January of this year, but has since begun to climb once again. And as of yesterday, the population at the YSC was 103. Much of the population increase through fall of 2023 was driven by an increase in the number of detained youth at the YSC, a cohort that grew from below 20 at the start of the year that peaked at 60 in October. But since that time, it has dropped and stabilized between 20 and 40 youth beginning at the start of December. But while the population of detained youth has dropped, the population of committed youth confined at the YSC has doubled since early October, from below 20 to approximately 40 youth at this point. These committed youth are typically awaiting placement in another facility. A final change in the composition of the YSC population is attributable to the movement of a cohort of Title 16 youth. These are juveniles tried as adults from New Beginnings to the YSC during 2023. With the redistribution of Title 16 youth to the YSE, the population rose from below 5 in February 2023 to nearly 20 as of today. Also noteworthy is that in 2023, the YSC's capacity was expanded for the first time in 15 years. On December 8th, DYRS opened a new 10-bed unit, increasing the facility's single-cell capacity to 98. These additional beds alleviate some crowding pressures. However, some distributional crowding remains. For example, 15 girls currently occupy a single 11-cell housing unit, and therefore some girls sleep dormitory style at night. New Beginnings continues to operate below its 60-bed capacity, which has not exceeded since 2013, over a decade ago. The composition of the facility's population has changed, whereas at the start of 2023, there were 2 housing units for Title 16 youth. That population was transferred to the YSC, and it's now a facility housing exclusively committed youth. As of this week, 1 housing unit houses 7 committed youth at New Beginnings who are awaiting placement. I turn to staffing levels. Staffing levels remain a chronic problem at both the YSC and New Beginnings. First, to their credit, DYRS has expanded the size of the YDR complement assigned to the YSC. From those under 100 YDR staff assigned to the facility in mid-2023, the workforce is now reportedly exceeds 120. At the same time, however, the growing number of staff who are unavailable to work has drastically diminished the impact of the larger workforce. Whereas in mid-2023, the number of staff unavailable for duty hovered in the low to mid-20s. As of this week, the total approached 40, among the highest levels we've seen since mid-2021 when we began tracking these figures. At the same time, the opening of a new housing unit has created additional posts in the facility, creating greater staffing demands. And consequently, YDR staff who are available to work routinely end up working double shifts. Additionally, DYRS continues using non-YDR agency staff to fill posts, particularly on the midnight shift when youth are confined to their cells. At New Beginnings, the size of the total workforce has not grown as much as the YSC, but there also has not been a significant population increase, creating new staffing demands. The facility workforce fluctuated between 80 and 90 YDRs during 23. However, like at the YSC, the number of staff not available for duty grew to historically high levels recently. As of mid-February, a third of the YDR workforce was not available for duty, the largest total unavailable YDR number since we began tracking the data in late 2021. As at the YSC, the burden is borne by those YDRs who are available to work, who frequently are drafted to work overtime shift. I previously mentioned that during 2023, DYRS made significant personnel changes at the executive level of the agency at the 2 facilities. In addition, in December 2023, a new medical director and supervisory nurse practitioner were hired. Furthermore, a number of nursing positions were also filled. These are critical positions to the effective delivery of medical services at both facilities, and we are already seeing positive impacts on the medical program at both facilities. Finally, this office continues to track critical incidents and assaults that take place at the YSC and New Beginnings. As we previously documented, DYRS has established a reliable system of incident data collection and reporting. This office has made DYRS's reported incident data available on a monthly basis, which is adjusted by population levels to make monthly comparisons easier. This incident data represents an essential management tool for the agency and offers important insights into facility conditions. The data illustrate that at times significant variations in incident rates from month to month occur, which underscores the importance of using that data to identify dynamic changes in behaviors in the facilities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We have Ms. Katerina Simonova. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Katerina Semyonova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. With me today to help answer questions is Claire Kruger, a longtime staff attorney in PDS's Juvenile Services Program. JSP has provided support and legal assistance to youth since 1982 by staffing legal rights offices in the district's youth detention facilities. Thanks to the leadership of Chairman White, JSP's role in facilities is now protected by statute, thereby guaranteeing that youth have access to JSP and that there is some visibility into a system that is too often opaque for youth and their parents. PDS's testimony today will focus on DYRS's failure to move youth from YSC into their long-term placements, which has resulted in a huge expansion of the awaiting placement population and has caused overcrowding, understaffing, and an increase in the use of room confinement and failures in programming. PDS will address the failure to provide youth at YSC who are there for many months with mental health care, and will also discuss the acute challenges facing girls in secure detention. The awaiting placement population are those youth who have been committed to the custody of DYRS and who are being held while they await placement in an appropriate program or setting. The spike in population at DYRS facilities earlier this week, 112 youth were being held at the 98-bed Youth Services Center, is driven in large part by this awaiting placement population and by DYRS's failure to adequately plan and provide for this population. As of Monday, there were 43 youth who were in awaiting placement status at YSC. Youth who are in awaiting placement status have been committed to the custody of DYRS by the court. The commitment process for these youth begins with court social services filing a notice of intent to commit prior to the youth's disposition hearing. A disposition hearing is the juvenile court equivalent of a sentencing hearing, except that the court's focus is on rehabilitation, not punishment. At the time that youth go to their disposition hearing, as a result of the notice to commit, all agencies involved, including DYRS, know weeks in advance that the youth may be committed. During this time period, DYRS should be preparing for commitment by employing experts to determine the appropriate rehabilitative care, finding an appropriate program, and implementing that program. Prior to commitment, DYRS's pre-commitment workers should be ordering assessments and coordinating for care. DYRS's placement process used to work. Unfortunately, what used to be a relatively smooth process with awaiting placement youth moving to an appropriate placement within weeks of commitment has broken down entirely. DYRS is failing to assign pre-commitment workers to youth after court social services files a notice of intent to commit. Young people at YSC describe waiting weeks to meet with a DYRS pre-commitment worker. Rather than having pre-commitment workers identify the needs of youth and engage experts for psychiatric examinations, DYRS too often waits for the court-based child guidance clinic to complete its own evaluations. DYRS's reliance on the child guidance clinic, which focuses on court evaluations and community treatment, causes extensive delays. The delay in getting reports results in DYRS asking the court to continue the youth disposition hearing. Youth are left in the impossible position of having to agree to these requests for continuance of their disposition hearings or going to court with a likely result of commitment without the necessary evaluations. Youth who are committed without these evaluations wait post-commitment for DYRS to conduct them. Even when youth agree to delay disposition for the child guidance clinic evaluations, they need to wait even longer for DYRS case managers to complete the separate youth level of care, level of service and case plan. But failures to obtain timely evaluations are not the only barrier to placement. Many youth in secure detention could be supported with rehabilitative care at home or local group homes, but DYRS lacks community-based wraparound services and therefore keeps young people in secure detention. A large part of this problem is the district's failure to have a comprehensive continuum of community-based services that are timely, robust, and meaningful. Currently, New Beginnings, which is considered a behavior modification program, is the only readily available secure placement for boys. While DYRS also contracts with Woodburn, a psychiatric residential treatment facility, Woodburn's lengthy waiting list makes it not a viable option for most youth. DYRS sends a small number of youth to other placements, but those placements also come with extensive delays because of DYRS's complicated procurement process. Thus, although many committed youth have a diagnosis and psychiatric evaluation that recommends placement in a psychiatric residential treatment facility, youth are either being warehoused on awaiting placement status at YSC, or they are placed in a behavior modification program at New Beginnings, meaning a program that fails to meet the level of care recommended by experts. The awaiting placement delays are markedly worse for girls because DYRS has failed to create any real options for committed girls. DYRS has no community placement for girls, including no local group homes. Therefore, if placement at home is not an option, girls remain at YSC for months. Due to lengthy contracting and procurement process delays and delays in identifying placement, DYRS is also failing to move girls to PRTFs. Since there's no unit for girls at New Beginnings, YSC has become the only option for them. The result is that girls stay at YSC for months, with some approaching lengths of stay at YSC that can be measured in years. DYRS data does not reflect this length of stay because DYRS restarts the clock every time a child leaves for a short period of time, for instance, to go to PIW. Girls at YSC also experience terrible conditions and are in great psychological distress. This week, there were 17 girls at YSC, where DYRS has only one 10-bed unit for girls. DYRS placed 13 girls on the unit and placed 3 girls on cots in a classroom. DYRS also split the unit into 2 groups, which resulted in more cell confinement for all of them. Most of the girls at YSC are system involved because of trauma and abuse. Many girls are on suicide prevention status, which requires heightened monitoring because of the risk of suicide and self-harm. Some girls have been on this status for months. The girls at YSC are decompensating due to a lack of psychological and therapeutic treatment. They remain at YSC post-commitment and awaiting placement without any sense of where they may go or when they may leave. DYRS treats them as if they are a transient population, with Director Abed stating that rehabilitation is not the purpose of YSC. But the reality is that girls are at YSC for months, some for close to a year, and during this time, they are only becoming more depressed, anxious, and vulnerable. Placement at YSC is causing more harm and leading to worse outcomes for girls, which flies in the face of DYRS's legal mandate to rehabilitate youth. DYRS's failure to find appropriate settings for youth who are awaiting placement has driven a spike in the population of YSC. While DYRS correctly states that it does not have control over the number of youth who are arrested and detained in the district, it does have complete control over the awaiting placement population, 40% of those who are at YSC. By failing to appropriately manage the cases of committed youth and transfer them to rehabilitative facilities or provide appropriate community-based wraparound services, DYRS has driven up the population of detained youth. The spike in population has cascading effects. More youth means the facilities require
Ms.
more
Manova,
staff.
can you wrap it up? You're about
Yes,
over
yes,
2
yes,
minutes of
thank
your
you.
time. That'd be helpful for us. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I thought we had 10 minutes as PDS normally testifies as a government witness, so I'm sorry about that.
You can. I know that you said someone else is on here with you. If they can finish that, we can do it like that. But it's 5 minutes.
Okay. Would you like my colleague to read the rest?
Sure, that'd be helpful. And
Sure.
if I can get the name of the colleague, that'd be
Yes. And hello, I'm Claire Kruger with the Public Defender Service Juvenile Services Program. The spike in the population of youth in DYRS secure detention has cascading effects. More youth means that the facilities require more staff, but DYRS cannot adequately staff its secure facilities and has had understaffing issues for years. The lack of youth development representatives, YDRs, means that available YDRs work extensive overtime. In the fall, the shortage of YDRs led to prolonged lockdowns, with youth locked in their cells, some for up to 23 hours per day. The lack of YDRs also creates unsafe and volatile conditions where youth are more likely to be unsupervised and more likely to get involved in physical altercations as they remain indefinitely in a facility meant to be a temporary placement, and they are deprived of recreation time and programming, again, as a result of understaffing and overcrowding. The understaffing and overcrowding problems are also particularly harmful to youth who need special education services because it results in room confinement that leads to less instruction time in classrooms. DYRS has tried to address overcrowding by expanding YSC from an 88-bed facility to a 98-bed facility. DYRS now uses what it calls an overflow or orientation unit to house youth who have just entered the facility. DYRS keeps these youth on quarantine status despite the availability of COVID tests and better COVID protocols, and keeps them in cell confinement for most of the day without access to in-classroom education, programming, or the gym. While it is understandable for DYRS to have a COVID policy, many youth remain on the unit for longer than the current 5-day quarantine period because there is no space in the rest of the facility. Director Abed has also exacerbated this crisis by instituting a practice of seeking charges for youth nearly any time more than 2 youth are involved in a fight. Youth who are waiting placement for a long-term therapeutic program have to restart the court process and must remain at YSC for court matters. Further, even when their cases are resolved, out-of-state programs are much less likely to accept district youth who have incurred new charges while confined in secure detention. Another cascading effect of keeping youth on awaiting placement status at YSC is that youth never received therapy or the trauma-informed care that they need.
Juvenile court is supposed to be about rehabilitation, but there is little opportunity for rehabilitation if DYRS is not providing behavioral health support for youth who are in need of acute services. As PDS testified at the roundtable on youth behavioral health in December 2023, youth who are at YSC for weeks or months have extremely limited access to any mental health services other than medication. All children see a psychiatrist within 24 to 48 hours of arriving at YSC, and they are frequently medicated, with a large number of children being prescribed sleeping pills and antidepressants like trazodone. But children, despite being prescribed psychotropic medication, do not receive routine therapy. At best, they receive what could be labeled as spot treatment. A therapist employed by DYRS may walk through a housing unit and ask if anyone wants to talk to them. If a child says that they want to speak to a therapist, they are pulled into what is called the game space, where all the other children on the unit can see them. Meetings with the DYRS therapist in the game space can be brief and are always irregularly offered. When population numbers at YSC are high, and therefore mental health needs are also high, these meetings often take place through a cell door. The problem of DYRS failing to provide youth with treatment while they are in secure detention is exacerbated by the lack of community-based treatment options and by the failures of the Department of Behavioral Health. Youth frequently cannot access behavioral health services in the community, and DBH has made the process all the more difficult by dismantling the Access Helpline and failing to create transparency for youth and parents about what services are available and how to find them. The lack of discharge planning by DYRS for youth who leave secure facilities only deepens the crisis.
Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, the chair of the Committee on Public Works and our Today is Thursday, February 15th, 2024, and I'm calling to order
One moment.
hybrid meeting.
Traumatized youth who need specialized care during commitment to DYRS and are in the community are failed by the very systems that are supposed to advance their rehabilitation. PDS has continuously raised these issues with DYRS leadership, alerting DYRS about the high number of awaiting placement youth in secure detention and the failure to meet the needs of those youth. Given the relatively small number of youth who are the responsibility of DYRS and the agency's large budget, the council should demand that DYRS leadership resolve these issues and move youth to the community with wraparound services or to appropriate placements where they can receive the rehabilitative treatment that experts have deemed necessary for them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and PDS welcomes any questions.
Thank you. Ashley Ruff. Now seeing Ms. Ruff, we're gonna move right along to Penelope Spain, CEO of Open City Advocates.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Penelope Spain. I am a resident of Ward 4 and for the past 19 years have served as CEO of Open City Advocates, which provides legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth who have been committed to DYRS. We also engage in systemic reform efforts and participate in numerous working groups dedicated to supporting court-involved youth and returning citizens. As you're well aware, over the past 12 months, DYRS has been undergoing a leadership change during one of our city's most challenging periods in terms of public safety. At a time when our youth need us more than ever, DYRS is struggling in some of its most basic tasks. Leadership changes have meant delays in service contracts, pauses in agency improvement initiatives, and an ever-changing landscape where DYRS staff and community-based service organizations are completely disjointed in their efforts to support youth and families. Children who DYRS has deemed can safely be returned to the community are languishing behind bars due to a lack of community-based placements and supports. As of Monday of this week, there were 38 youth in the Youth Services Center in a holding pattern known as awaiting placement, as has been discussed. Those children have either been deemed not a risk to public safety and yet are locked in a non-therapeutic, traumatic, and inherently dangerous facility, or they are in need of robust mental health services and are stuck in a facility where Director Abed previously testified they were prone to decompensate for lack of therapeutic services. And children at New Beginnings are faring only slightly better. They have access to fresh air, sunlight, and meaningful education services, Yet as far as we know, nearly all vocational training and enrichment programs are on pause. Their contracts expired at the end of the last fiscal year. 4.5 months later, DYRS still hasn't finalized and implemented new contracts. As for community-based reentry services for our children upon their release from New Beginnings, YSC, or out-of-state facilities, we haven't seen such a lack of quality coordinated services in almost 20 years. Today, I'd like to call your attention to 2 issues that particularly need your oversight. First, to address the lack of community-based group homes, therapeutic foster homes, and secure facility for girls, DYRS is currently in contract negotiations with locked residential facilities as far away as Georgia, Florida, and Idaho. We've been down this very dangerous road before, and I highly caution us against going down it again. Far away residentials rarely offer school credits that transfer back to the district, which means children get pulled behind in their education instead of moving towards graduation. In addition, DYRS has never successfully coordinated regular, consistent family visitation for children thousands of miles from home. And lastly, reentry planning is nightmarish, as DYRS staff and staff at the contracted facilities have zero process for coordination and frequently fail miserably. As just one example, I once had a client who was nearly discharged onto the streets of Cincinnati until I personally stepped in to let DYRS know that his family was not there to pick him up. They'd since moved to Texas, but no one at DYRS knew that. Although that case was from many years ago, it highlights just how wrong things can go without diligent coordination. Outsourcing the care of our children to for-profit entities thousands of miles away from home simply is not a solution to our public safety woes. We need to do the hard work of wrapping around them with the love, care, accountability, and support they deserve. I am confident that we have enough expertise, compassion, and commitment to do so right here in the district. But that brings me to the second area where I urge council oversight. As I've testified previously, DC, and DYRS in particular, urgently needs to get serious about having robust, well-coordinated, quality community-based services. The public safety crisis we're currently in is due in large part to the persistent failure to provide the financial supports and therapeutic services to children and families that they need to thrive. We cannot incarcerate our way out of this. Sending kids thousands of miles from their friends and loved ones is only going to make them angry, resentful, and skeptical of DYRS care coordinators and service providers when they come home. In 2009, after years of tough work, DC successfully closed the nightmarish Oak Hill Youth Center and opened New Beginnings. We transitioned from a 180-bed facility to a 60-bed facility. We did that by expanding and enhancing community-based supports. DYRS established one of the most robust block grant programs ever to exist in my 2 decades at Open City Advocates. The initiative was called DC Youth Link, a public-private partnership between the trust, 2 lead entities, and dozens of community-based service providers. Sadly, after lauding its praises and touting DC as one of the best juvenile justice systems in the country, the visionary leadership of DYRS moved on, and the DC Youth Link initiative struggled, fizzled, and puttered out. I cannot underscore enough the importance of strong visionary leadership, both by the director of DYRS and the DC Council. We need those holding the purse strings and the power to galvanize our community and pull us together to wrap around our children, not send them thousands of miles away. Out of sight might be out of mind, but only temporarily. Our youth deserve to be top of mind, centered in our hearts, and loved and supported right here in their city, our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. I do see a Joshua Miller here. I'm not sure if he will be testifying.
I'm on the next panel, Councilmember.
Okay. Well, since you're here, if you're ready, you can go ahead and testify. If you're ready.
Certainly. I think Raymond New was going to be next, but I'm happy to jump in. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Miller. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and Open City Advocates Research and Advocacy Director. I'm here today to testify regarding provisions of the Secure DC Omnibus Bill that directly implicate DYRS and ought properly to be considered by this committee. Section 4 of the proposed legislation addresses confidentiality protections for young people committed to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. These provisions give the Office of the Attorney General broad access to information that was not previously shared with prosecutors or defense attorneys to be broadcast further to victims and witnesses involved in delinquency cases at the sole discretion of the Attorney General. So this section has not received a public hearing. We have, several substantive objections to it, but it's worth noting that something that's been touted as a small change and a common sense clarification is in fact a major change with potentially far-reaching implications that has been included in the omnibus without previously being subject to public hearing. So we would ask, as a procedural matter, that the council members on this committee move to remove the provision from the Secure DC omnibus. If necessary, it can be included with other OAG requests regarding confidentiality and data sharing in another bill to be publicly deliberated. In general, we believe that the creation of a separate stream of personal treatment and progress data directly to the district's youth prosecutors should give council pause. You should be asking, how will they use this information in future cases involving committed youth? How will the notification requirement influence decision-making by DYRS? Will the clinical evaluations of therapeutic and support staff be affected by the prospect of OAG review or second guessing? At the very least, DYRS and OAG should be offering public testimony on these questions. Now, provisions of Section 4 require DYRS to provide OAG with notification anytime a child returns to the community for any length of time. So that would include things like home passes and potentially movement between non-secure group homes. Earlier versions of the legislation included all level and placement information. So OAG is explicitly seeking this information for its own purposes, not just to share at its sole discretion with victims and witnesses in delinquency cases. Our main concern is that providing this detailed information to OAG and community members violates the principle that young people caught up in the delinquency system should be provided services and treatments, and not punished or stigmatized. The goal is rehabilitation, successful reentry, and the creation of productive citizens. It is essential to the ethos and structure of the juvenile justice system to allow young people to learn from their mistakes in order to grow into responsible adults, without the stigma associated with a criminal history. That is why we focus on rehabilitation and therapeutic treatments over more punitive measures. DYRS is charged with ensuring the rehabilitation of committed youth in its care, and a big part of the juvenile justice system should be ensuring a safe transition back to the community. By the time a young person makes it back to the community, DYRS has apparently determined that they are ready to move forward with their life. The Attorney General and his designee already have access to this release information at their request. So the Office of the Attorney General represents DYRS in court proceedings, including when OCA and PDS and other attorneys are forced to litigate to protect children's rights. However, by creating a mandatory notification, we're going to be spreading spreading their confidential treatment information across multiple government agencies and onward to the community, which is going to be building a record that will breach their confidentiality in many unexpected ways. Now, if educational or medical records have this kind of carve out for their confidentiality, we would stop thinking of those privacy rights as sacrosanct. In a sense, the record of a child's rehabilitative journey just is the record of their education and therapeutic progress. This is more than a slippery slope. This is a slip and slide towards further criminalizing committed young people. In some cases, a future OAG could use notification provisions to delay a child's release or to demand changes in placement. Other states use victim notification rules to exercise extrajudicial and unilateral control over incarcerated adults. While nothing in the provisions of Section 4 creates this explicit power, we have observed that notification rules can create new delays that can prevent timely release or might have chilling effects on DYRS staff who come to believe that OAG would look unfavorably on a weekend pass or change in risk assessment. This inappropriately diverts DYRS's attention from the rehabilitation of the child and puts it on public perceptions. This is likely to have compounding effects in the current climate of fear-mongering about our young supposed super predators. If council intends to provide the OAG with increased oversight over the actions of DYRS, this should be done explicitly and with greater deliberation than a drop-in provision in an omnibus bill. But we believe that would be better vested in a more neutral ombudsperson, not the district's youth prosecutors. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump back up real quick. To Mr. Jordan. I want to thank you for your work and your team, Mr. Jordan, with the youth and your work with the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. I know there was some discrepancies earlier about removing this office and pretty much getting rid of this office. Can you speak to the need for these services that you provide and the very seriousness of what you do on a daily basis to keep DYRS a formal level of accountability?
Sure. I think our office performs a number of functions. One is it provides more transparency into agency operations. I can give a couple of examples. The population dashboard that we put out on the website now, it makes real-time information about DYRS's population much more accessible to the public, so they can see how many youth are housed in each facility and by type of youth. So it's pretty easy to see now for the public how large the awaiting placement population is at the YSC and how it has grown as the detained population has decreased. Another example is incident data. We've tried to give more perspective for the public into what happens inside of these facilities. These are buildings that not a lot of people have access to. And DYRS does a good job, I would say, of collecting incident data. But what we've really tried to push is let's make the public available. How much violence is going on in these facilities? How much self-harm is happening in these facilities? These are young people who often aren't able to advocate for themselves. And so giving people more facts is important. And the other issue, I think, sort of an area where our office can bring value is conducting assessments, structured assessments. So when we go into the facilities, if we go in over and over again, there's a limited amount of, when you see the same things over and over again, there's sort of diminishing returns to hearing the same thing time and again. But when we can go in and conduct a structured assessment, like a staffing assessment, we don't have to rely just on staff saying, I'm working a lot of overtime. We can collect data in a structured way and say, this is what the problem looks like using a month of data, for example. Right now, we're conducting a behavioral health assessment so we can gather information to say, when we take a cross-section of youth at New Beginnings, when we take a cross-section of youth at the YSC, this is what services look like.
I want to ask you a follow-up question because you mentioned the Title 16 youth transported from New Beginnings to YSC. I think the range is from 20 to 23. And at one time we had 43 in a 2-year span. How do you think that them being transferred to YSC has impacted the population there?
In a couple of ways. One, when the Title 16 youth were moved to the YSC, it increased the population in the short term, obviously, when you add individuals. But it also creates other operational issues because you separate those populations. You want to keep Title 16 youth apart from committed, apart from detained youth, which creates more constraints. DYRS until recently had 8 units. Now they have this additional orientation unit, which could be considered a 9th. But what that means is you've got 2 fewer housing units that you can put committed youth, detained youth in, and it can create what I would call these distributional housing pressures.
Yeah,
so
so
if you have,
let me stop you on that real quick.
Yes.
Because when I visited the facility, it was a lot of contention in one of the units because they had, I believe, 9 Title 16 youth in a unit with 1 non-Title 16 youth, And the way that the law is written, they have to split time in half. And so if they had, I guess, rec time, one of the young men would take up, let's say if it was 4 hours, he would take up 2 of the hours, and then the other 9 will have to split the other 2 hours between the 9 to use the phone, shower, which causes a lot of conflict. Are you familiar with this situation?
I am, and I saw the same thing at the end of last year. So when I was at the YSC last week, there were 2 housing units open for Title 16 youth, and they had not mixed in with those Title 16 youth, committed or detained youth. So there did not need to be the division into smaller groups for that reason. It does sometimes happen for other reasons, apart from mixing of legal statuses. You can have conflicts between youth, and the way that it is resolved sometimes is to break youth up into smaller groups, some of whom get out while the others are in their cells. And I believe Ms. Kruger referred to that on the girls' unit. Previously, they had done that as well.
What would you say that for you talked about transparency as far as what you do. How if any methods have been taken recently to increase transparency with the agency? Has there been any difficult with their new systems getting data in a timely fashion and information?
I will say that DYRS is very open with us about sharing data when we request it, and we appreciate that. When we ask for data, they provide us with data. I think one of the initiatives that Director Abed has talked about is improving the quality assurance unit. I think that is still a building process. And so I think that we haven't seen the fruits of those labors yet, but it's something that I think is worth keeping an eye on.
All right, I want to jump around a little bit. I'm gonna go to Ms. Panoply Spain. What recommendations do you have for DYRS to improve those partnerships with other government agencies and community-based organizations? I heard you talk about some of the disconnect.
Sure. Well, I think I'd like to inquire as to what efforts DYRS is making to enhance those in the first place. During his last testimony that I overheard, I was aware that Director Abed was not familiar with the Progressive Life Center, for example. In the past, that had been one of the primary recipients of DYRS contracts for community-based service providers. So the fact that there was not an awareness and an early conversation about that indicates to me a lack of prioritization of community-based services. So I think that's first and foremost. Secondly, I think that we do need to consider going back to a block grant program similar to what we had with DC Youth Link, where we just have all of the services, the community-based services that I am aware of, seem to be housed only at the achievement centers. That's a very, that's great. It's great to have services available to the community and to all youth at the achievement centers. But we need to do so much more to push into the families, into the homes, and also to leverage the other services that are available in the district that are not necessarily for court-involved youth in particular. So I would recommend that we have a block grant program so that the community who knows the needs and can be creative and nimble in responding to the unique needs of every family is able to then receive sub-grants from that, from perhaps to a lead entity, and then those get sub-granted out, because it's quite clear that DYRS has challenges when it comes to maintaining its own contracts, and I just simply don't see it as feasible for DYRS to have many grants with dozens of community-based service providers. So we need to come back to some system where those smaller and really creative and really where kids can have music lessons, they can get whatever it is, art classes, whatever it is that inspires them to stay on a positive track, that we can leverage those. But right now it's simply what is provided at the achievement centers, and I don't see anything else.
And I agree with that to some degree, because I was around when we had a DC Youth Link the DC Youth Investment Trust Corporation. We had these different response teams meeting on a daily basis. I remember Jim Graham funded CCYVP, Citywide Coordinated Council on Youth Violence Prevention, with the nonprofit sector. Was involved in these family treatment return meetings before they came back to the community. And so he or she met with mentors, met with their adults that was in their lives, former football coaches, teachers, in a room, and created a plan prior to returning to the community. I think a fraction of that has been happening now, but not to the magnitude where there was so many. The net to wrap around service was so vast they couldn't escape. And so even I remember we had third-party monitoring, where there was a contract with people to go to the young people's houses to make sure were in the house by a certain time. And so that's not happening like it used to be. I was looking at the abscondents lists, and I was looking at some of the data that DYRS responded to in our questionnaires, and noticed like a lot of Monday nights, there were a significant number of youth that were unaccounted for in the community that's supposed to be somewhere. And I agree with, I understand the treatment center is a centralized location, but what I hear oftentimes from providers is that most of the youth don't show up to these programs that we're funding. And so did ask the director about that in previous hearings, and I'll follow up more about that today. I want to jump to Ms. Semenova. I just want to know, do you believe the announcement of the additional 14 new YDRs positions is sufficient to alleviate the shortages and the lack of comprehensive services to the youth, based on your experience?
We think that that's really a better question for Mr. Jordan, given the office's understanding of the staffing shortages and the needs.
Mr. Jordan?
14 new YDRs?
Yep.
Was that the question? Well, I will say this. We have seen the population, the workforce grow at the YSC. And as I look at numbers, relative to May of last year, the total size of the workforce is a lot larger than 14. But the relevant number is really the number of YDRs who are available to work.
Yeah.
And
let me speak to that
earlier.
I want to, because I noticed that when I think the number is around 40 staff that's out to date today. And I think when I was there, it was around 56 out in one day, which creates a safety issues. And I believe the number of youth right now at YSC is what, 103?
I think that's correct, as of this morning.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on staff to youth ratio as you explain that.
Absolutely. I think, first of all, I think that they need more than 14. Given the number of staff who are not available for duty, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not enough. And staff will tell you all the time when you go there. We work maybe 4 to 5 overtime shifts every pay period. We're drafted and we're exhausted. And I do hear this issue of the ratio. Often there's discussion of a 1-to-8 ratio. And I think it's important context to understand that, first of all, under JREM, the requirement was 1-to-8, but importantly, there had to be a minimum of 2 YDRs at all time. And I think a 1-to-8 ratio could make sense in facilities that have larger housing units. The YSC is a facility where there are 11 cells per unit. I think a lot of places that use this 1-to-8 ratio have, say, larger units, so you're not going to end up with fewer than 1 YDR. It creates a risky situation when you only have 1 YDR on a housing unit. So I think the appropriate, I would just say that 1-to-8 we have seen it create risky situations. We have seen incidents that have happened when there's only been 1 YDR on a housing unit.
Got it. I'm over my time. I have a few, I don't want to say one question. I have several questions for this panel. But I'll try to push through. Mr. Miller, you talked about section 4
Yes,
of
sir.
the omnibus bill or security C or crime bill, whatever the many names are. And you expressed that you think that this creates a delay in the children's being released based on the reporting required for OAG. Can you elaborate on that?
So nothing in the bill explicitly does that. I just want to be clear about it. And the way it's written, it shouldn't do that. But I think we know from the way that victim notification requirements work elsewhere that it can serve that purpose. I'll give one example. So I've done a lot of work inside of the prisons at in Maryland. And I had a student when I was a professor named Adnan Syed. And he was released and exonerated for his conviction. And the family of the victim sued him and sued the state of Maryland, saying he shouldn't have been released because, he was, they hadn't received proper notification. Maryland also uses victim notification rules to restrict the sort of media access that adult incarcerated folks have. And that kind of slippery slope is one that I think is possible in DC as well. I mean, since it happens so close to us. I'm not saying that OAG intends that. I think that can be sometimes the unintended consequence of a sort of poorly thought out notification requirement.
You also said that it can prevent weekend passes. I
Sure.
didn't quite understand that. Can you elaborate on that as well?
Sure. So if a DYRS care coordinator is making a determination about a weekend pass, like, should you go home for a few days, they might in the back of their mind be thinking, well, I'm going to have to tell the Office of the Attorney General this, and they might judge it harshly. And I'm not saying that this will happen. I'm saying that we haven't even discussed the possibility that it could. And I'm here at a performance oversight hearing because there hasn't been a public hearing about this provision in the bill, and that this seemed like the best way to draw attention to it.
Thank you. I do want to note I am meeting with Councilmember Pinto about several aspects of the bill, and that's one of the parts that I'm gonna be speaking to her about. Just want to note that. Ms. Spain, I think you spoke about a old case where a child was discharged in Cincinnati.
Yes.
And I know it's old, but how did you catch it versus the agency catching it as far as the child being left out without parental involvement and the agency?
That's a great question. As an attorney, I had access to the client, and I was speaking with him, and he said, I haven't been able to get in touch with my mom. DYRS is telling me that she's going to be there to pick me up. And I was trying to confirm that information from DYRS, and they were saying, yes, that's the plan. But he had not been able to have any direct contact with his mother to know how that was going to happen. So he was understandably quite nervous about that. So I went and actually had to do a little bit of hunting because, the cell phones are on and off and on and off, but was able to connect with his family members. And they said, what are you talking about? We're not able to pick him up. He's supposed to go home to his aunt in Washington, DC. And so literally his commitment was expiring. And so there was no other lawful way for the child to be left in the residential facility. So he must have, he had to be released. And had I not caught it, the facility would have put him out on the street. So it was only at the 11th hour I was able to call attention to DYRS and ensure that he had a train ticket and somebody to get him to the train station to get home to DC.
Thank you. And anybody can answer this because a part of my frustration now with DYRS is the youth. I actually was at an event by the Capitol Hill Boys Club art gallery that's in Ward 8 on Marienberry Avenue, and I met one of the judges, and she saw me. We had a long conversation about placement, and I think right now we have about 43 youth that has not been placed. And even you guys talked about the need to get extensive psychiatric treatment, follow-up, real therapeutic services. And I guess where we are now is a lot of those services are not offered for youth in the district. And I even heard that some youth were going to be moved to And I don't know, I haven't fact checked this yet, but just, I guess, Florida, Idaho, Georgia, and there has been other, Virginia before, to get that proper treatment. So just want to know your suggestions and thoughts on how do we move them out with getting kids adequate care, by making sure they're in the best care, because I am concerned about how far, as we talk about rehabilitating children, but I'm also concerned about adequate treatment so they can be whole and get well when before they return back to the community. You can raise your hand if you want to answer that, so I can know who to call upon. I see. Go ahead, Miss Seminova. Then we're gonna go to you, Miss Spain.
Thanks, Mr. White. Councilmember White, I mean, I think one of the main things to underscore is that there just needs to be, as we said in our testimony, more comprehensive, robust, and meaningful psychiatric and rehabilitative treatment in the community. There are many youth who could benefit from treatment close to home, in their community, near their families, and because that's not provided in the community in such a robust way, the answer from DYRS seems to be sending them out far away from the community, which is not only causing a significant uptick in the kids waiting to be able to go out there, it's also not meeting the needs of the youth in their own community, which is central to rehabilitation and central to DYRS's mandate to keep kids in the least restrictive environment consistent with public safety. But I also think important to underscore in that conversation is that meaningful and robust services in the community aren't only going to help this population of committed kids that could be treated in the community, it's going to provide essential preventative supports for people so that we don't even have kids who are put into this back end of the system. It addresses the needs prior to a youth even touching the system, which will inevitably decrease the number of youth who are in the back end of the system, the committed youth who are being sent away to placement. So community-based care is so important, not only for committed youth who need that care, but for the purpose of preventing youth from even getting committed in the first place. One other thing that I want to note that is really important that we touched on in our testimony is that DYRS needs to be more productive in the pre-commitment phase. So when Court Social Services files a notice of intent to commit with the court, it used to be that there was so much productivity, identification of services, identification of placement, prior to the youth even getting committed. And now what we are seeing is that a youth gets committed and then DYRS takes weeks to even meet a youth to determine what their needs are, much less find a placement that's appropriate for them. So it's very important that DYRS is more productive and finding whether that's having more staff or whether that's being able to start the process prior to the disposition phase. That is central to ensuring that committed youth are receiving the services they need quickly upon commitment.
Thank you, Ms. Spain.
Yeah, I think I would echo very much what Ms. Kruger has said, both in terms of prevention and also early intervention on the part of Open City, or on the part of DYRS. So what we oftentimes see is that youth who could have been served in the community, had they had those robust community supports that we've already talked about today, particularly, other things that maybe might not be directly mental health related, but that engagement of young people early on, either prior to their commitment or in the early phases of their commitment, is crucial. And instead, what we see happening is when kids are languishing at YSC, where they shouldn't be, we're exacerbating mental health concerns, and then it escalates to a point where community-based services perhaps might seem less appropriate. So I would say that if we could ensure more robust and really wraparound services to ensure that young people are able to access the mental health services. So what we've seen in the early phases of commitment is really an assignment or being told to obtain these services, but without the support services that ensure that youth are actually receiving them. So I think that we're really looking at the the tail end of a much bigger problem. It's not necessarily that we have all of these youth who need, intensive inpatient, long-term PRTF services. We really need to look at that very early phase of commitment and wrap around them and their families then, and then we wouldn't be in this situation. I just cannot, over 20 years, I cannot, working with this population, there are not that many young people who, had we intervened at the proper time, had DYRS gotten the proper services early on, would not need to be going out to these faraway facilities like Idaho, Georgia, and Florida, which is what I heard the Deputy Director of DYRS expressing earlier this week.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your diligence and your work. I look forward to meeting with you guys outside of the hearing, which would be very beneficial in trying to get some of these processes done and holding the agency accountable and helping them to move forward in any legislative ideas that you all have. We have some and are drafting some to move the agency along as well, and we want to share those with you guys as well. We're going to move right along through the panel. We've been on this panel for an hour. So we can hear from the other public witnesses and ultimately move to our government witnesses. So now we want to move to the panel, the supervising attorney, Raymond Gu, Open Cities advocate, Sabrina Rose, community organizer from Empower DC, Dr. Stefania Herrera, Best Kids Mentoring, Rayshona Hill, Horton's Kids, Luvenier Lawson, and I think that's it. And if we have any other panelists, Cal, let me know. I want to push through this so we can get to our government witnesses. Mr. Inju, can you give me the correct pronunciation of your name? You can go ahead and get started.
Great, it's New. Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Raymond New, and I am a resident of Ward 2 and the supervising attorney at Open City Advocates. In my role, I routinely work with clients at the 2 DYRS-operated facilities, YSC and New Beginnings, as well as DYRS youth who are placed in the local committed group home and out-of-state facilities, including in Maryland and Pennsylvania. Today, I would like to focus on the considerable length of time that committed youth spend awaiting placement and our recommendation for DYRS to find more community-based placements to address this issue. In recent months, the awaiting placement process has been plagued with issues, which has resulted in committed youth waiting egregious amounts of time, sometimes up to 8 months, for an appropriate placement. To put that in perspective, the average length of stay at New Beginnings is approximately 9 to 12 months. This means that there are some youth who are simply awaiting placement for nearly the entire length of the treatment program at New Beginnings. This is unacceptable. Awaiting placement for such a long time not only exacts a large emotional and physical toll on committed youth and their families, but during this time, they're not receiving the services that DYRS itself has said that they need. We've heard much over the last several months about capacity issues at YSC and New Beginnings, in no small part due to the large number of youth awaiting placement at these facilities. In addressing this issue, however, DYRS should not simply opt to expand capacity at YSC or create more contracts with out-of-state facilities across the country, which are harmful for a number of reasons. A family with a young person committed to DYRS should not have to board a plane in order to see their child, but that is the reality today. And because these facilities are often so far away, it's impossible for DYRS to provide proper oversight. These privately operated and for-profit facilities lack accountability and can create extremely harmful conditions for youth, including over-medication, staff abuse of young people, and a lack of credit transfers for education purposes. Instead, we strongly urge DYRS to prioritize placement options that allow our young people to stay with their families and communities. This would allow DYRS to address its capacity issues, significantly decrease its awaiting placement population, and best serve the needs of our young people by keeping families together. Community-based placements serve as critical alternatives to incarceration. The benefit of these placements is that youth can receive regular access to services that they can continue to access even beyond their commitment to DYRS. As it stands, however, there's currently only one local DC group home for youth committed to DYRS. If that group home is at capacity, which it often is, then a young person may have to wait at a secure facility until a spot opens up, even if they have been deemed clinically ready to be discharged. This is not only unfair to the individual young person, it goes against DYRS's rehabilitative mission to place youth in the least restrictive setting that is appropriate for their individual case. To put it plainly, in these instances, young people are being held in secure facilities not because they have been deemed a public safety risk. In fact, they have been deemed ready to return to the community, but because DYRS does not have a community-based placement for them, they remain behind bars. All of these issues are heightened for committed girls because there's currently no local DC group home for committed girls at all. This, coupled with the fact that there's no girls unit at New Beginnings, means that committed girls are held at YSC until they are placed at an out-of-state facility if they are accepted to any of those at all. What this looks like in practice is that girls are being held at YSC indefinitely, which has led to overcrowding and reports that some girls have to sleep in classrooms. YSC is designed to be a short-term, pre-trial detention facility. It's on a small site, it has little outdoor space or access to fresh air, and limited programming. However, in part due to the lack of community-based options, DYRS is forced to rely on out-of-state facilities to place committed girls. And when those places choose not to accept a particular youth, the child remains at YSC, despite the fact that it is, quote, not a treatment facility, to quote DYRS Director Abed. If more community-based options were available, DYRS could choose to place girls in the community rather than letting them languish at YSC, but they currently do not have that option. We understand that DYRS has plans to open up new shelter homes, which will have the capacity to convert to group homes depending on need, and we applaud those efforts. We urge DC Council to inquire about the status of those contracts and continue to provide intensive oversight on this particular issue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Sabrina Rhodes.
Yes, good morning, Chair White and all the witnesses here. Again, my name is Sabrina Rhodes. I am the community organizer with Empower DC here in Ivy City, and I'm also the ANC commissioner where the YSC Center is located. I'm also a native Washingtonian. In the beginning of your testimony, you stated the mission and the vision. And I'm not going to repeat that, but that's very important to what all the witnesses have been talking about. Because if we have a center for youth, the mission and the vision should be exactly that was stated on the website. The critical role of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services is to ensure its efficacy in preventing youth from backsliding into a world repeating unlawful acts. First, I want to talk about DYRS in our society. It's supposed to serve as a beacon of hope for our troubled youth, offering them a chance at redemption and a path towards a brighter future by providing rehabilitation services, education, vocational training. Supposedly, the DYRS endeavors to break the cycle of crime and incarceration, transforming the lives of young individuals who have strayed from the right path. Also on the website, it says the positive youth justice. I guess that's the approach that puts emphasis on personal accountability and skill development. It also mentions the youth being in a least restrictive and home-like environment, and a focus on the youth developmental needs, which are work, education, health, relationships, community, and creativity. That all looks good, sounds good. We are literally in the community where the YSC is housed. And I went up there for an event. I was invited there for an event for Christmas. And I saw something, I saw other than what's on the website. We are constantly seeing police cars go up there to the center. And we're hearing negative things that's happening inside the center. I spoke with a staff operational manager who said otherwise from the things that you have stated, Councilmember White, and some of the other things. This is like they are in a great center, they're being treated well, and some of the things that's being said is not true. So I would like to hear from the director if the center is honoring what the website is stating. And also yesterday I had a youth here that testified at the WANS hearing, and his name is Joshua Neal. He's also an Ivy City resident. As everybody knows, we have the YC Center here. We have a transitional home for returning citizens. We have a group home that's getting ready to open, and we have a men's shelter. So it is imperative that the youth that's in the center is getting the support that they needed, especially enough staff. The ratio, I'm listening to the witnesses, the young girls don't have a place to go, is lacking. The facilities are overpopulated. The youth are confined, and the units are being called cells. And I just want to know, are they actually cells or are they rooms? I just want to get an understanding about this language and about what's going on inside this facility. I will send you my testimony. I'll send you my testimony. I just have to edit it a little bit, but I really have some concerns about what's going on at the facility.
All right. Gotcha. Ms. Hill, Horton's Kids.
Good morning. Sorry, coming off mute. How's everybody doing today? All right. Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee and all those represented here on the panel. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. And thank you to the council for its previous support of Horton's Kids. In particular, we want to thank Chairman White for attending our safety task force meeting on February 7th. My name is Rayshana Hill, and I'm the Senior Director of Youth Programs here at Horton's Kids. I'm here to just add my voice to those calling for investment in youth development programming as an effective way to just combat some of the violence prevention that we need to see in our city. Horton's Kids operates a place-based program where children or family members who live within a half mile of our headquarters, which is called Horton's Hub, can access our services. This includes continuing our long-term commitment to neighborhoods of Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks, where we maintain community resource centers in the apartments buildings directly in the community, which make it such a unique program. We are committed to providing safe space to hundreds of children and families each year, and we're seeking additional funds to just expand our services to 25% more children and their families in the coming years, especially with the new addition of our new Horton's Hub. Horton's Kids uses evidence-informed strategies to create a whole community approach to violence prevention. We engage youth, caregivers, and community members to break patterns of violence, and retaliation proactively. We aim to forge connections between children we serve, their schools, and the community assets, delivering essential programs that transform lives. Our long-term commitment acknowledges that addressing the root cause of violence and trauma requires deep trust and ongoing relationship building, which Horton's Kids is trying to make sure we maintain. In our experience, one of the main risk factors for violence is a crisis of engagement and connection that often begins early and peaks during the middle school years and crystallizes in high school. Disengagement from school and other social activities stems from a large range of issues like trauma, undiagnosed learning differences, and mental health challenges. We also noticed that housing and food insecurity are also life stresses that undermine the stability of our young people. Our approach centers on comprehensively engaging youth in year-round programming and helping them envision a positive future where they are supported by their peers and caring adults. We make a minimum of a 12-year commitment to each child and their families as they join and matriculate through our program. Horton's Kids provides wraparound services that includes academics, youth development, and health and wellness, and community and family engagement supports. These interventions have been crucial as the average high school graduating communities we serve is 55%, and the neighborhoods have the city's highest rate of violent crime. Despite these challenges, students enrolled in Horton's Kids are twice as likely to graduate on time compared with their peers. Horton's Kids has expanded its enrichment offerings over the last 2 years to engage youth in ways to help them develop critical thinking skills, self-regulation, and empathy. At HK, we continuously work hard to bring quality enrichment sessions to our programs that will help our students find interest or improve on pre-existing areas of interest or talent. As a result, we have seen increased engagement amongst our groups like middle school boys who has been historically challenging to retain in our program. Partnerships with companies and organizations from across the city at our centers are at the center of this effort. We work to bring the best college and career readiness and enrichment opportunities our historically underserved neighborhoods have access to. For example, this includes the opportunity to participate in dance with Fearless Dance Movement, STEM with iGen Educational Academy, or our own Horton's Kids Young Engineer program. Our older youth can tap into various areas of interest as we offer dance, Horton's Kids Kitchen for cooking and culinary skills, fitness with We Fit DC, who is a beacon in our community, drama with Keegan Theater, podcasting with Kendall Bill Communications, who's a long resident of Ward 8, and media arts with Project Create, who is also connected to the Ward 8 community. And we also partner with In a Perfect World, who helped provide our media art studio here at Horton's Kids. By exposing young people to these and many other opportunities, we seek to widen their horizon and keep them future focused. The council has generously funded our efforts to support the renovation and build out of Horton's Hub. And thanks to that support, we are 93% of the way to our $5 million goal. And we're asking the council to continue to invest in our campaign to help us close the $350,000 gap that we're seeing. This will enable Horton's Kids to expand our programming to that half mile beyond what we already serve and our youth development efforts. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm open to any questions that you may have. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you. Dr. Stefania Herrera.
Thank you, Councilmember White, and esteemed members of council, dedicated staff, and the members of the committee. In particular, thank you, Chairman White, for stopping by our booth last week at the Temple of Praise Resource Fair. We were able to meet some of our staff, so it was amazing. They were very excited that you were there and the conversation you had. And I would also like to thank Councilmember McDuffie and staff. They provided holiday gifts and tickets to our mentees when the company that used to provide us services for 20 years went out of business. So thank you for filling that gap. I am Dr. Stefania Herrera, the Executive Director of Best Kids. We are located in Ward 8, and I'm here to advocate for more investment into mentorship and other youth development programming, which will help the youth thrive and help with youth violence prevention. Over the past 23 years, Best Kids has served over 550 youth within our DC foster care system and other at-risk youth. Our success in supporting this vulnerable population is evidenced by the numerous youth who have participated in our programs, graduated high school, pursued higher education and vocational training, secure employment, and navigated through life's challenges with the support of caring adult mentors provided by our program. In 2021, our agency was recognized as the only mentoring program in Washington, D.C. to achieve certification as a quality-based mentoring program by the National Mentoring Partnership, demonstrated by our commitment of effective mentoring practices. Our ability to provide these critical services to foster care and at-risk youth in DC needs some support. And initially, when we started 23 years ago, we had funding from CFSA. And in 2021, when I came into this organization, it was actually 2022, they stopped our contract, which was 70% of our of our budget. So, and they expected us to still serve our youth. And of course, we got it together and did that, but it was just very disheartening because they took away our contract money. It was $298,000 and they gave it to DYRS. And it's very disheartening to me to hear from the experts that we just heard what is happening, because we are here to ensure that our youth that partake in our program do not get into the system. So please, help fund us to do better with our youth, to help them grow. We have a waiting list for youth who want to join us. We have a waiting list for a need for mentors. And if we had extra funding, that would really help us, create more synergies and more success within our program. So we do provide programming from OST, so it's college and career readiness. This year, we were able to enhance and bring in STEM. So we have group mentoring where we bring in professionals from the area. We also have individual mentoring. And I always say, you can't be who you can't see. We also have, we teach in 2 schools right now, our curriculum and bring in mentoring. We're going to have another school online, and then we have another school. So we're actually starting to get wait lists for people who want to work with us. But right now we just don't have the funding to do it. So we are definitely part of the solution. We keep our youth busy. Last year we took them to Art Tech House. We have a partnership with Howard. This year we're taking them to 5 different colleges and universities. We have set expectations for them, but not only do we help them create their goals, but we help walk them through it. Like this week on our career and college readiness, we're going to be filling out applications for the summer youth program. So we talk to our youth, we provide them surveys, we teach them what they need. We have one-on-one mentoring. We also have mentor support specialists. So each youth in our program, they have a mentor support specialist. So if they have any challenges, questions, whatever it may need, we are there 24/7 to help them and provide them care. And the longest match we've had is 9 years. So our average match is 2 to 3 years. So we are successful. We are here. We want to help with this problem. We've submitted a few grants. So, for gun violence prevention. So please help us. I mean, we're here. We're part of the community. Our youth are from all over the district. But like I said, we are based in Ward 8. And we also, our youth are from range in age from 6 to 21. And right now we're in the process of reorganizing our Youth Leadership Council. We lost funding for it, but we'll find funding somewhere else. And then we're also working on starting a advocacy group and then also a leadership group for those who age out. So when they age out of the foster care system, we don't just leave them. We have them continue being part of our family. So very blessed to see what they've done, where they're going. Right now we have a youth from foster care. She just got accepted into 4 different colleges. We have another youth in foster care. She's getting ready to be actually adopted, but she has also been, accepted into 6 different colleges across the United States. So we're very excited. We're here to help. We're part of the solution. Thank you all for your unwavering commitment to our community, and I am available for questions as well.
Thank you. Jump around a little bit. I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Herrera. You talked about this contract of $298,000 given to DYRS. I was unclear on who gave the contract and what was the contract.
Sorry to interrupt. It was CFSA. So we had the contract, and that's the way we got started 23 years ago, was funding from CFSA because they would give us the foster care youth to mentor them. And we've had a very successful rate, but they got a new director and, they just said, well, we're not, how much it takes to run a contract. So ours was a small contract and they said, we're just going to give it to this other organization. And it's like, why? We're helping our youth before they get there. So, we were able to work with OST and get some more funding, and it just baffles me and it disheartens me after hearing what they go through. But we are very good at providing services where they don't get to that stage.
And where are you located in Ward 8?
We are on 1212 4th Street, Southeast, on the Navy Yard.
Got it. I'll come back. Mr. New?
Yes.
We've heard extensive testimony about youth waiting for placement. I think you noted 8 months for placement. And we know that the director is trying to get these new facilities or group homes up and running, or new shelter homes up and running. What are your thoughts on the actual placement in the community? I'm asking that because historically we had placement in the community, and some were good, some were bad, some had a lot of incidents, and it was constant news stories around youth leaving those placement facilities in the community, committing other crimes. And also I've been to a funeral of at least 2 that got killed. And so I just wanted to know your thoughts around that whole process of getting these homes up and running.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think there's 2 parts to that answer. First, we would say that community-based placements where kids can stay in their communities and with their families, is always more beneficial and therapeutic to their treatment and rehabilitation than locking them up and flying them around the country. So that as a starting point. I think second, to the concerns that you raised, that's certainly something that we see as well. And we think that that goes to the quality of community-based services that DYRS is able to provide. So they work with group home operators for the most part who operate these facilities. What we've seen is that these group homes themselves do not offer independent programming. And so DYRS, or the kids that live in these homes, depend on DYRS to bring them to an achievement center or other DYRS facility to actually get programming and services. And the group home itself does not provide independent programming. So that means that on evenings, weekends, school breaks, summer breaks, a lot of these kids are just sitting in the group homes, maybe watching TV, maybe playing video games, but it leads to a sense of boredom and frustration. And I think that leads to the issues that you're talking about, the abscondances, the flight risks, the wanting to leave the facility. And so we think that with better programming, and with more quality programming at the group homes themselves, a lot of those issues can be alleviated.
And anyone else can speak to this. I guess one of my other concerns is now the prevalence of social media playing a role in violence. I'm just a realist, and I communicate. I work in middle schools on a regular basis doing programming, and I am concerned just about the youth taunting each other on social media, and being locally at these homes, providing a risk to not only other youth, but also staff and the community at these particular facilities, which we can anticipate as we open. And so I'll be asking questions to DYRS about that, because I've seen this movie before. But it wasn't like it was now. DC has essentially adopted the whole drill music scene, where the youth are taunting the dead, ops as they call it. And I think that we have to be proactive about knowing the culture and the climate of where we are as far as putting these youth back into the community at these group homes with some comprehensive approaches. Programming, yes, but also security, some understanding, just a secure and safe environment for everyone. And so as I think about that, I want to just put that out there, because these are concerns of mine and interacting with the youth. Ms. Rose, I know you talked about being in close proximity to YSC, and there has been numerous incidents in which police have been dispatched. Even a young person came to the facility allegedly with a weapon at the front door, threatening staff. just want to know from you, are you working in the facility, and if so, at what capacity?
No, I don't work in a facility. I was just invited to the Christmas celebration.
Okay.
And so, no, I'm getting information from residents who live like feet from the facility.
Okay.
And also, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
No,
the
good.
apartment building, the Ivy City Apartments, is right there next door to the facility where a lot of the staff is using their parking lot to park, which is an issue, and which is tensions. There are tensions with the residents there and the staff at the facility. So if they're using the Ivy City Apartments as an overflow for parking, but there's not enough staff for the youth that's there, I'm not understanding that.
Yep, I got it. And I do know, I was at a meeting last Wednesday with Mama Joe from Fernwatch. It was part of a community meeting of about 50 people. There are new initiatives that are partnering with DYRS to add more community members to the facility, provide mentoring, redirection. I actually heard from Mr. Waleed Johnson this morning about they have a new program called Opportunities Over Ops, and they will be in New Beginnings this Friday, doing some interventions and some workshops with the youngins, helping them, teach them de-escalation skills, dealing with some of the trauma, and dealing with some of the neighborhood beefs that's spilling over into the facilities as well. We had a number of assaults there, and so we have to look at that.
Yeah, and when you mentioned the music, the mind frame of the ops, that you're right when you say that, but how do we deter the youth from that mindset, or going on social media and using their phones? They still have their phones, they still have access to this music and social media, which is part of the problem.
Yeah, and we want to figure out how we can use that to redirect them to create more positive messaging, more positive imagery.
That's a good idea.
Just higher vibrations is critical to our youth, because when I was a young guy, I used to listen to all types of music. I'm not gonna lie, good, bad, and indifferent. But
yeah, but nowadays it's a little bit more going on with the music.
Yep. And I want to digress real quick. I want to hear from Luvenier Lawson.
Yes.
I apologize. I didn't
Hey,
see.
no, you're fine. That's correct. You're good.
Go right ahead.
Hello, good morning, Council White, and everyone that's on the panel. How are you all? I'm actually a testimony. I was in DYRS, but back then it was called the receiving home from 91 to 95. I never spoke about my story of being in there. I never really said anything about it until I seen council member on the press conference, and it kind of hurt me a little bit to know that 30 plus years, the same things are still going on. It was always overcrowdedness, unhealthy conditions. They never really took the time to listen to us trying to explain that we had situations at home maybe going on, or things in our life. They will send in psychiatrists and they will leave. And then the next thing we know, we have a new one. Back then we had 10 group homes, 5 for boys and 5 for girls. 2 was intense. 1 was intense for males and 1 was intense for females. They kind of worked, the ones that were intense worked a little better than the ones that were lenient, because you had people that were running. As far as the residentials, I heard you all say that it's not a good thing to send the kids away. I have to say that on my end, it's not true. I went to residential in Florida, and they actually were teaching us how to be rehabilitated to get back into society. So when we went to school, they were teaching us a grade up. We went to school 7 days a week for 3 hours. When I came back, I had a half a day schedule. I haven't gotten in any trouble or anything. I've been in the medical field. I am also graduating with my degree in psychology in October. So when I say I'm a living testimony, I am, because Oak Hill was open. Also Spruce, I'm sorry, Spruce was another facility that was all females that sat where New Beginnings is at this moment. I don't know what else they can do, but if they bring some of those programs back in, they really work. They really, really work. If you sit back and just listen to what the youth have to say, getting them away helps. The government actually paid for my grandmother's and my aunt's flight. Everything else they had to take care of on their own. I got to speak to my family every day. It wasn't one day that went by that I didn't make a phone call home. So my question to everyone is, what happened to all the programs? That's it. I'm here for any questions, anything that you all want to know about the 30 plus years that this has been going on. I am here. I just wish that we can find some medium to help these young juveniles to get back into society like they want to. You spoke about the music. We can try to help them twist it a different way. You know, like if you're listening to this, don't make it into a negative thing. Try to see a positive out of it, because you can always take something negative and turn it into a positive. So that's all I have to say. I'm a little nervous because this is like something that I've been through, and I don't have any adult charges. I am, like I said, I'm working on my counseling degree to work with these youth. So any questions or anything, I am here. And I thank you all for being here today as well.
Thank you. And Ms. Lawson, real quick,
Yes.
and how long was your stay in, I forgot the name you said, in
Spruce okay, it was the receiving home. I went in the receiving home. It was so just like Patty. I went in for truancy. I was there for 30 days for truancy. I was in and out because I started getting into trouble. No one would listen, home problems. So technically I stayed there for about maybe a year, almost 2 years. I was down Spruce for about 8 months, give or take. And I went to residential for 2.
Where is Spruce located?
Spruce is actually on the facility where Oak Hill is. So when you come into it's a lot of places up there. So when you come into that facility, you go down a little bit, and it literally is a facility that housed enough of us females in there. So it's up the top of the hill, not put it like this, it's not too far from RAP.
So we heard earlier testimony from those who spoke about this, the need to address the female population. We even heard that I guess one particular cohort is 13 with some of the girls sleeping in carts.
Yes.
And we are, we are concerned. Even when I was there, I saw one of the young ladies who was pregnant there. Just the care and treatment there for the young ladies. What worked for you to help you mature, I heard you say you're finishing school, doing remarkable things now, but what's some of those things that you can say firsthand that work for you that helped you become a responsible adult and responsible citizen?
The residential. I have to give the residential its grace, because being inside the facility, they didn't have enough staff, and I can't say all staff were bad, because we did have a couple that actually sat and helped us. But the programs that I had, as far as like the group homes that we went to, they did take us. We had a van that dropped us to school. They took us to like parks and things like that. They did things like that with us. It wasn't nothing where a whole lot of money had to be spent. Little things like having picnics at the park, going to the swimming pool, stuff like that. But the residential, getting away from my area and not being around my friends, which it was easy for me to run, the residential helped a lot, because it was a closed-in facility where you went to school 7 days a week. And you had activities where you had swimming, volleyball, baseball. So we were into things, canoeing. We actually went camping, things like that. So if you can bring programs, we have a camping facility in Maryland out here. You can take the youth when they're in a group home and you take a weekend where no one goes and you take them to these places and give them something that they may not be learning in school. You may want to take them on a trip to like the mountains in Virginia. Just little stuff like that helps. Listening, having programs where they're able to speak to people that's going through the same situations that they're going through. So I kind of made it my strength and just ran with it. But the residential really, really worked, you all. I'm telling you, it worked.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, I want to thank you for the work you and your team are doing at Horton's Kids, and especially bringing together partners and government to address and just give outlets and resources to the youth there on those properties. Used formerly known as Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks. And I just wanted to know from you, your experience do you have any experience with DYRS or youth who are committed DYRS or in the community that you've worked with at all?
Have any major experience connecting with DYRS, but I know that we do have kids that we've lost to the system, competing with social, impacts from the community. Most recently, the high profile shooting, we lost a young man whose family is connected to our program. He wasn't super active, and I wish we could have, done a little bit more to just be more appealing. So we're just trying to do things here to be more appealing. Like Ms. Luvinier just was talking about, I'm totally connecting to what she's saying, because just giving kids these access outlets to different things can help curb some of the things that we're seeing. But we have to partner together. We all are offering a lot of separate things, but coming together to offer these opportunities, I think, is going to make the biggest impact.
Yes, and I know the story about that particular young man and in that situation. Because one of the unique things you have is that the two communities you work with are rivaling against each other and have been for over 20 years. How do you interconnect the two or separate the two to provide services, especially to the teenage population?
Yeah, I mean, we try not to make that distinction, make that separation a thing. We let them know that we are a community of Horton's Kids. Our kids ride the bus together. We host different family events together just to try to bring the communities together. Some people are still resistant, but through that, we just try to provide as much together as we can without it being we are empowering this separation thing that we've seen. But we're just starting with the kids, and people love their kids. People love to support their kids through different things. So coming together for those type of events and activities, I see doesn't create this big separation that has been seen in Wellington Park Incident and Oaks. So, I mean, again, we put kids on the bus together. That was also like, oh, we shouldn't do those things, but we are not buying into some of those, because kids, they have this innocence about them that they only know what they hear and see, but when they get here, they are working together. It's not a Wellington Park Stanton Oaks thing. Some days the kids will bring it up, but we try to curb and have conversations to let them know that we are one community, and we're going to continue to stress that and try to just keep that positive mindset going and not buy into it.
And I guess I'm just trying to figure out, are you working with the teenage population? If so, to what capacity?
Yeah, so we are a program that serves K-12. So we have our 9 through 12 graders that come for our college and career readiness program. We also offer high impact tutoring. Right now, we're doing math intervention with our 9 through 12 graders. We have a STEM program that we've launched here at Horton's Kids, and we're connecting to different enrichment opportunities. So again, when I mentioned We Fit, we just launched dance, we just launched the Horton's Kids Kitchen. And that's just new things that we're trying based on the surveys we did with them. The kids let us know what they want to see. They want to have more fun. So on tutoring days, we're sure to have enrichment prior to, so that they can work out, cook, and then go into those academic supports that we're offering. So we're just trying different things to connect with the kids. We go on monthly field trips. They love and enjoy, but they also have to earn. It's about attendance in our program. It's about positive behaviors. We see things every day. I'm tired at 7 o'clock every day. But it's very rewarding when we do some of the activities and we see the smiling faces, or we hear like, oh, that was fun. So Ms. Lawson, I would love to connect with you offline to just see and how you can bring more, because it's about partnerships for me, connecting with different people to see how we can impact these kids the most. And I'm just excited, and unfortunately, I'm more driven than ever. I've been doing this work for about 14 years now, 10 years teaching in DC public schools, 3 years with DC Department in Parks and Rec, now with Horton's Kids. I'm a recent victim of gun violence in the city, and that hasn't made me run away from the work. It's an unfortunate situation. I was deeply saddened and traumatized, but I'm going to continue to do my part to make sure that the kids I'm serving is not, going down that path as best as I can.
Thank you, guys. I want to thank you guys for your meaningful testimony here today. We're going to move to the next part of this hearing to our government witnesses. I just want to note, Ms. Lawson, if you can send your information to Ms. Hill, so you guys can follow up. I think partnerships and finding synergy is very vital to this work, because we all are interconnected and connected one way or another, especially as frontline workers doing this work. And the collaboration, as we alluded to with the agency, is critical, but also to our local partners is critical as well. Thank you guys for testifying. We're going to move to our government witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Good morning, Chairperson White. Just want to make sure I'm being heard.
Your sound is clear. I can see you. I can see the presentation. Director, would anyone else from your staff be testifying today?
Nobody else will be testifying. I will just mention that I have my Chief of Staff, LaShonda Hill, in the room with me, but I'll be the only one testifying today.
All right. I know you have a slide here with an opening statement. Is the practice of this office to swear in all government witnesses? You can start by raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're giving today is the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, Director. You can go right ahead into your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. I am Sam Abbott, Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today regarding DYRS's work in fiscal year 2023 and the priorities for our work ahead. I'm grateful for Mayor Muriel Bowser and Deputy Mayor Apia's leadership and vision for public safety and their support of DYRS as a vital part of the district's public safety ecosystem. This strong commitment was demonstrated through the Mayor's Order 2023-141, which declared a public emergency on juvenile crime and allowed DYRS to access resources immediately to increase placements and agency bed capacity. Since becoming director of DYRS, I have taken the mayor's charge seriously, and I've hit the ground running by quickly getting to know the agency, facing challenges head on, taking action to implement solutions, and setting strategic priorities. And as you mentioned, I will address those priorities along with some data in the following presentation. So I don't want to spend too much time on this slide because, Council Member, you read the mission and vision, and it's been mentioned before, but here it is in the presentation. I do want to spend some time looking at some data points, and I think it's important to understand the data, and it is a cornerstone of a highly functioning juvenile justice agency. We are working to improve our ability and our capacity to analyze and use data to make decision making. But I think that the information that we do have here will provide some context. And so I will move through some data slides and then highlight system trends and then move into the strategies that we're employing now and moving forward. So I start here with juvenile arrests for the calendar year 2023. As you can see from the slide, arrests peaked in July of this year and have mitigated since then. That's the blue bar that you see. Additionally, you see a red bar, and then those are a breakout of carjacking arrests over the course of the year. And I highlighted the carjacking arrests because it's been such a persistent issue. It's received a lot of attention, and so I wanted to break that data out separately. You can see that arrests for carjacking also peaked in July and have mitigated since then over the last few months, but are still elevated from earlier in 2023. If you add all of the carjacking arrests together, it's 233 arrests for the year on that charge. On this slide, we're looking at complaints and petitions. Complaints are allegations of offenses against youth, and petitions are when those allegations are formalized and brought before the court. You can see those peaked in 2014 and have been declining over the years, with 2022 being the most recent data we have, where it has begun to go back up. I want to highlight calendar year 2019 because that's the year that broke a multi-year trend of declining complaints and petitions. And if we break out petitions separately, as we do here on this slide, you can see 2019 also is standing out in terms of the rate of petitions. That I just find interesting, and I will point out to council and members that it shows a larger proportion of complaints were petitioned in 2019 than in prior years. So in other words, 2015, 16, and 17 had more complaints against youth than 2019 did, but more petitions were filed in 2019. So I think that's something to just flag and perhaps take a look at again sometime later. Here we have a slide looking at shelter beds. Shelter beds have also been an issue that has been widely publicized, and I've been brought into a number of hearings about shelter beds. This is the population as of February 9th. You can see the number of providers that we have on the left, the capacity that each of those providers have, and how many vacancies as of February 9th. Currently, we have the same number of vacancies, 14 today, as we do in this slide. As has been mentioned, we have contracted for 3 additional placements, 3 additional shelter homes, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, but those 3 shelter homes, one will be dedicated to serving girls. I know that there has been concern about having only 1 youth shelter for girls. So we will open a 2nd youth shelter for girls, and that way when there is conflicts or issues with concerns with staff, we can move young ladies between 2 different programs, hopefully to address those. Another will open for boys, and I think this has also been mentioned, but we've made all of these new contracts flexible contracts. In other words, we can use them for shelter beds, but we can also repurpose them under the terms of that contract. The next slide here is looking at detained youth, the average daily population of detained youth. So this is looking at youth that are pre-trial, waiting for their trials to happen. This is not including Title 16 youth or youth awaiting placement. We can see that in fiscal 23, we did have an increase over prior years for detained youth awaiting trial. And then on the pie chart on the right, you can see that we have the breakdown between males and females. Approximately 25% of our detained youth are female, 75% being male. And council member, if you have any questions during the presentation, please feel free to stop me and ask those questions.
No, go right ahead, Director. I have a lot of questions, so I want you to get to this so I can get to my questions.
Okay. This slide is looking at the committed youth population. The number on the top refers to the overall number of committed youth, and the second graph in red is looking at the number of admissions that came in. And you can see both have come down over the years, although we've been pretty stable in terms of new admissions overall, with a slight uptick in 2023. If we go to the next slide, this is looking at just that second bar of committed youth, and you can see there that we've moved up and had 76 unique committed youth admissions in fiscal 23, which is an increase over the last couple of fiscal years. That doesn't surprise me. The last few years have been heavily influenced by the COVID pandemic. So I kind of look at 2019 as the comparative year where we were at pre-COVID levels.
Director, can you go back to 2 charts before about the committed youth? I think it started at 2014. Just wanted to get some cash. Yeah. Got it. So is that about 200? Or less than 200?
I'm sorry, you're looking at the overall number of committed youth?
I'm looking at FY23 committed youth, I guess, is broken down between.
Yeah, the top line is just under 200.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so this is looking at the committed population. The pie chart on the left is looking at the mix of offenses, that youth were committed for during the fiscal year. So 55% of those offenses that youth were committed for were violent offenses, 32% were gun or weapons offenses, and 12% were property offenses. The pie chart on the right is looking at offense severity based on misdemeanor versus felony. And you see that we have 41% of the newly committed youth were for misdemeanor offenses. So a violent offense or a gun offense does not necessarily mean it was a felony level violent offense. So something like misdemeanor assault would be counted as a violent offense in the pie chart on the left. But if it's not a felony, it's going to go into the misdemeanor category. I do want to flag this misdemeanor versus felony number because it does stand out to me. If we, as a high percentage of commitments for misdemeanor offenses. Just by comparison, in Virginia, the latest data that I could find, 89% of their committed youth were for felony offenses. So their proportion of misdemeanors was only about 11%. Maryland has similar data in terms of the mix of misdemeanor versus felony offenders. So this is another area that I would flag for the council to take another look at, because it is concerning that we have such a high proportion of misdemeanor offenders in the deepest part of our system. This graph is looking at carjacking offenses as a proportion of the total population. It's 9% of our total number of committed youth. And the graph on the right is breaking out how many were armed versus unarmed carjacking, majority being armed carjacking cases. And I flag this to go to the next slide. This is the number of commitments and sort of how that breaks out by fiscal year in terms of carjackings. Again, I've highlighted carjackings in the data because it has been such a persistently high-level issue in the public space and in the media. And I'll remind you, we had 233 arrests for the year for carjackings. We had only 7 commitments for carjackings. So I flag this because, number one, I think it does merit additional examination of why so few of these would be violent felony offenders, have made it into the committed part of our system, which is the appropriate place for that type of offense. And yet we still have 41% of our commitments coming in as misdemeanor offenders. Those are troubling data points that I think merit additional examination. This next slide is looking at committed youth average daily population. So this is just the average daily population for these young people that we have in committed care. It has been trending down over the years, but as you can see in fiscal year 23, we have broken that trend and we're moving up. I do expect, based on the data that we have coming in early, that this number will continue to rise in fiscal 24. This is looking at the number of commitment expirations. So youth are committed for a period of time by the court. They can be held in our facilities or with private providers while they're there. We can also place youth in the community during their committed stay with us. But when their commitment expires, they are off of that status, so to speak. So you've seen the number decline over the years. This is reflecting the earlier trends that we saw in terms of arrests and petitions having declined. But this number, I believe, will start to tick up as we have seen in the previous slides. We're getting more commitments coming into the system, so we will have more of these expirations as we move forward. This is a breakdown of the average daily population of out-of-home committed youth and where they are. So you can see that we have most of our beds at New Beginnings filled. We also use some in-state, and we use a number of out-of-state facilities. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about the use of out-of-state committed facilities. One of the primary drivers for using out-of-state facilities is the fact that we do not have RTC or PRTF level facilities in the district. And so for any of the kids that are recommended, and we do have a number of youth that are recommended at that level, we cannot care for them in the district. This is looking at the average length of commitment. This is the total period of time that young people are committed to DYRS. That number has come down since fiscal 14, but it has generally stabilized since 2019. This past fiscal year, we had an average of 677 days in commitment. And I want to be sure to be clear about this. This is the total length of time that they are in committed status. So that would include their stay as in awaiting placement status, or in a committed facility, or in the community post release while they're still committed to us. So just to give a bit of context around this, the average length of stay at New Beginnings for a committed youth is 269 days. So youth will be in different statuses while they're under their commitment to DYRS. This graph is looking at post-commitment services. So one of the features that we have here that I think is a very good feature is that we can continue to provide young people support after their commitment expires. You can see that the number of kids that have been receiving post-commitment services has increased over the years, and as at its highest point as of fiscal year 2023. We can provide support through our contracts with credible messengers, access to the achievement centers, behavioral health services, job training, clothing, and food. These are the kinds of supportive services that we can provide youth up until they're 24 years old. This slide is looking at credible messenger engagement with our youth and their families. And so the green bar for each fiscal year is the number of youth that have been engaged with credible messengers. The blue bar next to it are a number of family members that are engaged. So we do offer credible messengers to family members of youth in our system. And typically those are siblings of youth that are engaged with us that take us up on that. We have 7 credible messenger providers that we contract with, and we also have staff of DYRS, FTEs, that are credible messengers as well. This slide is looking at a breakout of Title 16 youth. These are the youth charged as adults. As you can see, we had 13 admissions in fiscal year 2023. Almost all of them were Black males. We had 1 Hispanic male as well. For the year, we had a total of 31 Title 16 youth. So currently, I believe we have 18 in our facility today, or in our facilities. What I want to highlight for the Title 16 youth here is the average length of stay awaiting trial. And we did look at this by that status for several fiscal years. And even in the current fiscal year, the average for those 31 youth that have encountered our system was 912 days awaiting trial. I do need to flag this for the council. This is something that I have shared with the courts. This is a tremendous long time for anybody, particularly youth, to stay incarcerated awaiting a trial and not even be having their status known. So they don't know if they're guilty or not guilty. That's a very long time to wait. The other thing that I will highlight here is that we have changed our policy. We no longer house youth once they turn 18 years old. We do transfer those youth back to either the Bureau of Prisons or Department of Corrections. This slide is looking at recommitments to DYRS within 1 year of their commitment. As you can see from the latest data we have, 5% were recommitted to DYRS. That's fairly consistent with prior years. To give a different perspective on this, we also look at rearrest rates. So these are youth that are charged with a new offense, but have not been committed back to us. That number was 17% for not quite a full fiscal year, but for most of the fiscal year. This slide is looking at staffing for YDRs and supervising YDRs. As you can see, and as is some of the testimony earlier, our FTE count has gone up. We do appreciate the support from the mayor and from the city manager and deputy mayor to assist us in getting additional YDR staff in the current fiscal year. As you can see, we carry very few vacancies. We are very diligent at filling these positions and try to keep them filled at all times. So now I would like to get into the different strategies that we are taking to address some of the trends that we see and some of the performance issues that have been challenging our agency. Basically, they break out into 5 different areas: addressing staffing challenges and filling key positions, building a continuum of care, strengthening our internal monitoring and accountability, ensuring youth and staff safety, and investing in community-based prevention and intervention. So I'm going to start with the one that's most important to me, which is ensuring youth and staff safety. All of these obviously are priorities, but one of the foundations for us is that we have to have safe facility operations for our kids and for our staff. Everybody has to feel safe if we're going to have any therapeutic impact. And so we have established new policies and procedures to increase safety. We have altered our key control policy to limit access to living units and requiring keys to open and unlock doors on living units. We've restricted movement so we can avoid youth from different living units crossing paths. And we've developed interventions like opportunity over ops, which has been mentioned, where we want to intervene with our kids and use our community partners. And I do need to thank you, Councilmember White, for your participation in that program as well. I think it's important that we connect with our partners in the community and work with them and understanding what's happening in the community and how that spills over into our facilities. I also want to highlight that the month of Ramadan is just around the corner. We are working with Raheem Jenkins in partnership with our Muslim staff here in DYRS to prepare for Ramadan. And right now what we're doing is a lot of pre-work with our young people to prepare them for what we would like to do, which is, when we have prayer services, particularly the Friday Jummah prayers, those are communal events. Or when we do an iftar dinner with our Muslim young people, those are communal events, and we need to bring young people together. And in order for us to do that, we have to resolve the conflicts that they're having. And so Brother Raheem and others are working with us to meet with kids, to prepare them, to try and work with them about resolving their differences so that we can engage in those activities as a group the way it is intended. I also want to highlight some of the work that we're doing around contraband. We can continue to see a flow of contraband coming into our facilities. It is one of my top concerns. And so we have instituted pat-down searches for all persons entering the facilities. We search staff when they go out on break and return back into the facility. We have prohibited bags and prescription medications from coming in. If staff have prescriptions, they can either leave them in their cars or use one of the staff lockers to house those. We are doing routine and non-routine searches so that we can identify, locate, and confiscate any contraband. And then we are enhancing our investigations on looking at the sources of contraband and ultimately working with law enforcement to identify individuals that are bringing these things in, and it is my intention to have them prosecuted. Strategy number 2 is in addressing staffing challenges and filling our key positions. And so we've listed some of these key positions, and these are things that I've provided as part of my priorities earlier. We do need to fill leadership positions, and we have to have really experienced and great leaders in order to be successful. And I think that the independent monitor has touched on this a little bit in his testimony, but we do have a new deputy director of secure programs, a new deputy director of youth and family programs. Superintendents at both facilities are fairly new, although they are experienced operators. We have a new chief of staff, as I mentioned. Ms. Hill is with me here. New assistant superintendent at YSC that has a tremendous background in facility operations. We've hired a new medical director, a new nurse practitioner supervisor, and a new chief integrity officer for the Office of Internal Integrity. I highlight that position particularly because it is very related to the contraband work that we spoke about, and she's going to be a tremendous asset for her. Our biggest challenge with staffing is staff unavailable for duty. And again, I know I'm treading on some of the testimony that you already heard, but this is a significant concern. Nearly a quarter of our workforce, our direct care staff, are filling positions but unavailable to work. That puts enormous pressure on our team that is working, and of course drives up utilization of overtime. To help address this, Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Pia and City Administrator Donahue have worked to give us 14 YDR positions that we have filled and are currently working in the current budget. We are collaborating with the Office of Risk Management on a return to work program and strategy. And we are also recruiting for a return to work coordinator to expedite staff either coming back to work or if they are unfit, having them evaluated for fitness for duty. And if they cannot perform their role, separating them and recruiting new staff. The third strategy is about strengthening our internal monitoring and accountability. We have created an Office of Policy and Quality Assurance. We are currently recruiting for that office. We have some positions in place, others are still being recruited for. As I mentioned earlier, we have already hired a new Chief Integrity Officer that oversees PREA, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and the Office of Internal Integrity. And we have updated our policy regarding Title 16 youth. I've already mentioned this, but we are moving those youth over 18 back to adult facilities. Strategy number 4 is about building a continuum of care. We have opened a new living unit at YSC, and that gives us additional space. We have seen that our population has risen at YSC, and we've seen it in multiple populations. We have more kids that are there pretrial. We have more kids awaiting placement. So having additional space is certainly an advantage. We have also utilized the mayor's emergency order to expedite procurement. So we have brought on 3 new flexible shelter bed providers. These providers can provide shelter bed, but they can also be flexed into other services for committed youth or for aftercare youth. Life Deeds is the one I believe is going to come online first. It should be opening really any day now, certainly before March. Hope House is, and Life Deeds is a 10-bed facility. Hope House is a 6-bed facility that I intend to use for girls shelter care. You can see that we do have some vacancies at our girls shelter, and there have been vacancies pretty consistently, but it's important to have more than one girl shelter so that we have options if there are conflicts among youth and staff. And then there is a third provider, Inner City, that will open an additional 8 beds that I intend to use for boys shelter care as well. So as I've mentioned earlier, we have a number of youth awaiting placement, and many of those youth are awaiting placement for RTC level or PRTF level care. And so we are working with our partners at the Office of Contracts and Procurement to expedite getting more vendors, new vendors on to expand our continuum of care. I will say that this is something that has been frustrating. We did put an RFP out and we did not get a good response to that RFP. And so we are now engaged with OCP and individual providers that we've identified that we would like to contract with. My Deputy Director for Family Services, Doug Moeller, is working directly with OCP, and we're actually meeting with providers, OCP, and DYRS together so that we can identify what the challenges are, why they're not bidding on these contracts, so that we can bring these providers on and provide the services that we should. Strategy 5, investing in community-based prevention and intervention. The first thing I want to highlight is actually the second bullet here, the OASIS program. We have served 60 youth and families in fiscal 2023 in the OASIS program. So we have been operating OASIS at the grounds of New Beginnings. This is a couple of 100-acre property. And so we're not actually in the building of New Beginnings, but we are on those grounds. And it's a really different environment than anything you will see in Washington, D.C. or any other city. It really feels like you're in a rural community. It's mostly wooded space. We have the Little Patuxent River that runs through the property, and youth can take boating rides, and you can ride on that river for an hour and still be on our property. We have, when we do those rides, we can pick kids up and their families and bring them back to the campgrounds. The campgrounds are nearly fully constructed, which will allow us to have overnight stays. And the purpose of this, as a prevention program, we do work with young people that are middle school aged and identified by school systems as struggling either academically or behaviorally. And we provide tutoring services and mentoring services in addition to allowing them the opportunities to come out to Oasis. We also have animals on the facility grounds as well that the youth can interact with, but they can bring their families with them and stay overnight while they're with us so that they can have shared experience with siblings or with parents. And I think that that's a really remarkable opportunity and unique opportunity that we can provide. I also want to highlight the Rapid Response GPS team. This is something that is related to the mayor's emergency order. One of the things that the mayor ordered the department to do was to establish a Rapid Response GPS team. I think this is very important in terms of understanding our young people. When we put somebody on GPS, when anybody is on GPS supervision, I think that the expectation we should all have is that if there is a violation of any kind, that there is a concomitant response from the department. And so now we have established procedures to guide our staff on how to respond from anything from an alert about batteries not being charged to somebody being out of their area or in an area that they are prohibited from being from. And the goal is to bring young people into compliance. And generally, when we contact young people and notify them that we know that they're out of compliance, they have generally come back into compliance as we have rolled this out. On occasion, though, we have had to request custody orders for kids that did not comply or have absconded from supervision. And those custody orders need to be done quickly in time. I think one of the important things that we should all remember about young people is that whatever response that we give them, it needs to be close in time to the action that we're trying to influence. And so that goal was achieved with the Rapid Response Team. So the work ahead, we have obviously some challenges that we want to pay attention to. Number one, first and foremost, is reducing length of stay for youth awaiting placement. This is a top concern of mine, something that I identified very soon after coming on board, and it's going to require a multi-pronged approach. We do need to improve the collaboration with our partners in getting assessments done timely and identifying placements for young people. But we also need to have a more robust continuum of services for those young people. And we are working on both of those fronts. Ensuring staff and youth safety through staffing and strong policies and monitoring and training. I recognize that we need to have additional staff. Of course, we need our staff to report to work. And I think that with bringing on a dedicated staff to police the return to work procedure, we can reduce the number of unavailable staff and get people back to work. But we also need additional staff in the meantime. And so, again, I'm very thankful for the mayor and the deputy mayor for their leadership in providing us additional staff now. And we look forward to the budget process and building on that progress. And then the last thing, which I've already touched upon, is expanding our continuum of care through new contracts and new placement options, as well as programs and partnerships. I'm very proud of the hard work that our team has done over the past 8 months. We've accomplished some important things within a short period of time. I know that there is a lot of work to do, and we will build on that as we move forward. I'm committed to getting this work done alongside our passionate and committed DYRS team. I'm grateful to each and every member of our staff for all that they do every day. Without them, we could not do the work that we do. And again, I want to thank Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Apia, for their leadership, vision, and support for prioritizing youth in the public safety space. Thank you for the time, Councilmember White, and I welcome your questions and look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Director, for that. I look forward to getting some more clarity to this. As you know, Director, you haven't been here a year yet, and I know you have a daunting task of getting this agency on board to where we need to be. We are still facing some tremendous challenges, as you know, and it is imperative that we have some systems in place, some new philosophies in place, because I'm afraid of where we are as an agency. And I know upon your confirmation, we communicated with you about a plan, and that was on, I guess, Tuesday, November the 7th, 2023. You said you would send an outline of the plan by that Friday, close of business, which you did send on November the 10th, which was a great outline. I communicated with my other colleagues because they were hesitant about your confirmation. And I assured them that you would present a plan that will work. I spoke with you. I met with you with great confidence. But unfortunately, we never got that plan. And this presentation today was the closest thing to that plan, but that was 80 days ago. Last week we sent out questions about assaults involving fights, physical altercations, youth on staff, and vice versa, and bodily injury. Some of that was answered in our questionnaire, but not in its full totality. I did see that you responded that you would send something by the 27th. And I think, Director, this is a very serious process in which we have a responsibility to the public, to our taxpayers, to these young people and their parents about moving in the right direction. And I think that you have done a number of things to improve the agency, but we have to have some greater level of benchmarks and outcomes to be able to measure where we are going. And so with that, I wanted to start off with some preliminary, if you want to respond to that real quick, Director, before I go to these questions, or not, it's up to you.
Yeah, I will just say it is important that we work together, and I'm committed to working with the council. We will provide the responses, as I mentioned, to the questions that you posed, and this is the plan. The plan that we've articulated here in this presentation is my agenda moving forward.
So, Director, have you sent this particular plan?
Yeah, yes, we've sent it. It's in this PowerPoint has been provided to your team.
When? And to the other members as well on the committee?
This was submitted a few days ago. This PowerPoint was submitted as part of our package in response to performance oversight. And if you don't have it available, we'll certainly send it over again.
Yeah, I see that we do have it. We didn't know this was the plan we were waiting for, because as you know, I'm sitting here with a folder, a questionnaire of probably 100 pages of documents and questions, and so this is more of a PowerPoint presentation, which still gives more meat than the outline, and so we want to be able to follow up with this with our committee members as promised. And so I see we also are joined by Councilmember Christina Henderson, which I'll come to her a little later. Director. I did want to note that previously you talked about your ability to hire more staff. You spoke a little about that in your presentation. And I see here, based on the documentation I have, your single level staff, you've hired On November the 20th, Trina Lyles. November the 20th, Douglas Moeller, which is a position filled, Deputy Director. Trina Lyles, the Superintendent. LaShonda Hill, Chief of Staff, as you mentioned here today. Andre Mullins, December 18th, Assistant Superintendent of YSC. Dr. David Holder, Medical Director, on December 18th. Kiva Jackson, Nurse Practitioner, December 18th. Ms. Eubanks, Chief Integrity Officer, Supervisor Investigator, Officer of Integrity, January the 16th. Of these positions, Director, how many senior level positions are still unfulfilled?
I don't have any significant gaps at this point. These were the priorities that we needed to fill in terms of senior level positions.
So I saw Lynette Holmes. Is she still with the agency?
She's going to be separating from the agency next month.
Okay, so
she was my special assistant.
And she's still with the agency?
She is currently still with the agency.
Okay, and I'm concerned about that. Is she located here in the District of Columbia?
She is not.
Okay, and what's her role and responsibility as a COO? Because I'm concerned if she's not located here, is she working remotely? What is her role?
Yeah, so she's my special assistant, and I brought her in actually to do some analysis. She did a staffing study, and I wanted her to do a workload analysis. Unfortunately, my COO is out, unavailable for duty on long-term leave, and so she had to step in that role to manage that unit and get us through the budget process. We are currently going to be looking for our COO to return soon. And we'll figure out how we move forward with that position.
Thank you. While we're on the context of staffing, I did want to note that while there, during one of my visits, it was communicated to me there were over 53 staff out during that particular day. Director, since then, I know you had some job fairs, some community engagement, some hiring. Since then, what have you done to increase the staffing at the facilities?
So we have virtually every YDR staff position filled. The FTEs are filled. The issue that we have are staff unavailable to work. So that we have a number of staff using FMLA or PFL, and they are filling positions, but they're not available for us to bring in for duty. That is the biggest challenge that we have right now in terms of staffing, is getting those folks to return to work, or if they are injured and they cannot return to work, they should be going on to disability. And if they are not injured, then we need to either get them back to work or separate with them.
Director, can you give me an idea what happens when there are not enough staff there at any given facility to staff the facility, and the amount of strain or overtime it can place on those who are there?
Yeah, and you hit it on the head, Councilmember White. It's overtime. That's what ends up happening when we have staff either unavailable or that don't show up for their shifts. We have to draft other staff to come in and fill those roles. We always have to have our positions filled, and it is a tremendous strain on our team. And I can't thank our team enough. Those that are working work very hard and very diligently. And so that's why it's important for them to know that we've not only, are working to get those other folks back into the mix, but we've also reached out to the mayor and to the deputy mayor and requested and received additional positions in the current budget year. And I'm looking forward to working with them in the upcoming budget as well.
How often does this happen, Director? And what is the directives given to those who are already there that should be going home, that may be tired, may be fatigued, or have scheduling issues and responsibilities at home? How does that work in practice?
Well, in practice, they are notified as soon as possible that they would be drafted. There is a draft order that we go down a list and notify folks that they have to stay on. Generally, it happens most frequently around the weekends, on Fridays and on Mondays.
Okay. And on average, right now, how many staff do we have missing at the agency?
Unavailable to work?
Yep.
Just a moment, I'm getting that number. So a total of 58 staff across the agency are unavailable to work today.
Do you know how many of these staff are unavailable due to injuries?
Well, you can be out on FMLA for injuries, or you can be out on FMLA for other reasons. I'd have to look deeper to see how many are claiming their own medical care versus that of another person in their family.
We would like to get that before this hearing out, because it's critical as we go into staffing and trying to secure and make sure the facility is secure. So I did want to ask you, how many staff are on assigned to each unit and type of staff?
So each unit is going to be at a 1-to-8 ratio. So generally, for each of the living units, we will have 2 staff assigned to each living unit, because we have more than 8 youth there, and there'll be YDR staff.
And before I go to my colleague, I did want to note this for the record. You stated that you are working with in your responses that you are collaborating with FOP to develop strategies to encourage staff to return to work, and ensure that all FMLA and PFL paperwork is received timely, and to ensure staff promptly issues are addressed. Can you speak to that real quick?
Yeah, we've met with them, and they've expressed their concerns about folks that are unavailable to work as well. They represent everybody, and so we've communicated with them about what we want to do. They've given us their suggestions as well, and so we do want to collaborate with our partners in the union so that we can do this process appropriately. I recognize that in the line of work that we're in, people do get injured. And so we don't want to overcorrect as we pursue folks to return to work. If they are truly injured, then there is a process for that to happen. But what we want to do is ensure that all the documentation is correct and accurate and in place, and that basically we're going to hold people accountable for that.
Thank you. I'll jump to our at-large council member, Christina Henderson.
Thank you, Chair White, and good afternoon, Director. I want to start by following up on the line of conversation that you were having with Councilmember White. This is how sort of narratives get told if we're not very specific. So of the 58 people who were unavailable today, are all of these folks FMLA or PFL, or are some of these folks called out sick or on leave or et cetera? Like some folks could be out on PTO, correct? So
yeah, we're not counting people that are taking like regular leave, right? That they've taken the day off. These are people that are unavailable for duty. So this, and I'll confirm it with my team, but my understanding is this is FMLA and PFL.
Okay. All right.
These aren't counting call outs either. We do get folks that will just say, I'm not, I can't come today.
Okay.
These are the ones on long term.
Got it. Okay. All right. I'll just let that go. I want to follow up on some things that you presented in your presentation. So one of the slides you mentioned that DYRS uses out-of-state facilities, and then you used a bunch of acronyms for the purpose. One was RTC, which I'm assuming are residential treatment facilities. And then you used another acronym, P something, but you said it very quickly and I didn't know what that was.
Yeah. Psychiatric residential treatment centers.
Okay.
PRT. Yeah. treatment facilities, PRTF, but it's psychiatric. So it's really on a continuum. An RTC is a high-end mental health facility. A psychiatric facility is a higher end. So it's just, in terms of where they are on the spectrum of high-end mental health facilities.
Okay. I chair the health committee, as you know, so I understand that part. We don't have those facilities for young people in the district, so that makes sense in terms of the use for out of state, but you were using the acronyms just sort of willy-nilly there, so I just wanted to ask as a follow-up on that front.
My apologies for that.
No, it's okay. So over the summer, we heard that the facilities were sometimes on a 23-in-1 situation, so 23 hours in the cell, 1 hour out. Was that mainly due to staffing and safety, or was there something else that was going on?
I don't know what the reasons were, but it did happen prior to my starting here. We have instituted controls over use of confinement.
Okay.
And we are monitoring that. I can tell you the average length of room confinement for the current fiscal year we're in is 60 minutes. And so staff are being tightly supervised to ensure that we only use it. So we don't use it for punitive purposes. And, you can't use it for really any other purpose except when you have kids that are, refusing to back down if they're fighting or if they won't, regulate their behaviors.
Okay.
Really as a cooling off.
Okay. So that's good to hear that we have sort of moved past that as a constant, as opposed to just being for rare specific situations. So that's good to hear. In terms of, again, with the presentation that you presented around staff being unavailable for duty, you mentioned that you guys were having conversations with FOP. What is this in regards to?
This is really regarding the return to work process that we're putting together. So as I mentioned, there are staff that truly are injured, in the line of duty, or are caring for somebody or having some kind of illness, and we certainly want them to be able to utilize FMLA or Family Medical Leave Act or its analogous act in DC government where it's appropriate. But I do believe that there are inappropriate uses or excessive use of that, and so that we were notifying the union and wanting to partner with them about a return to work process where we are going to more closely evaluate the medical documentation, ensuring that if it says you can do a certain thing, that we bring those people back and allow them to do that certain thing, because even if it isn't in coverage, if they can work some other type of post, like a light duty post, that will free up somebody else to go work in coverage. So we want to work collaboratively with them to ensure that we're not overcorrecting when we do this.
Okay. All right. Recently we got a letter from staff at DOC, so Department of Corrections, talking about policies being in place that are increasing the population at their facility, but there's not an associated budget increase or staffing increase to go along with that. And I'm curious, we're heading into the budget season. Are you all having these conversations with the executive around, okay, if we're making these changes around detention of juveniles, et cetera, you saw specific, or you demonstrated from the charts that you showed, right? We have seen an increase in the number of population that's there, that unless you have the associated staffing, this is unsustainable.
Yeah, the mayor and the deputy mayor and city administrator are very engaged in with us, and particularly around public safety. We certainly are having discussions about our population. We send that information up weekly, including our staffing situation, our vacancies. This is something that we report on regularly. We have conversations. We had a conversation last week.
Okay.
And so, yes, we are working with them, and I believe that we are definitely getting the support of the executive.
Okay, great. Let's talk shelter homes and group homes. So there was an emergency that the mayor put in place to allow for you all to have some flexibility in contracting. Were you able to procure the additional space that you all were seeking?
So some of it, yes. We did procure 3 additional providers,
Okay.
and we used them for, I call them flex beds. Looking at the data for shelter, it really is up and down. And so in October, we had a lot of utilization that has mitigated, and now we have vacancies across the system. So these beds can be flexed from shelter into like a group home or an independent living program by their contract terms, so that we can use them to meet our needs without having to redo contracts or renegotiate things.
Okay.
So we did get those 3.
So you currently aren't looking for something else, or are you still in the market for additional space?
Yes, we are in the market for additional space. So that addresses our shelter home capacity and to an extent, some of the options for lower level youth. It does not address our need for that RTC, residential treatment center, or psychiatric residential treatment facility space that we do need. We did not get responses from providers competent in those areas. And so that's why we are going back and trying to work with individual providers and court them to come in and serve our youth.
Yep. I had that conversation with Dr. Bazran around the RFP and not getting any responses on the youth residential treatment side. Or maybe is this a joint RFP that you guys have been working on for the residential treatment? DYRS?
No, they probably got their own, yes. And
okay, all right. So never mind
suffering.
then. This is different. So for DBH, they made some changes to the RFP and broadened the range, right, in terms of where the location could be. And so this is actually kind of interesting and slightly concerning. Are you all having joint conversations with?
We do have conversations. I've had a number of conversations with Dr. Bazran about acute care facilities and mental health facilities. But we are engaging for delinquent youth, and they may overlap. And certainly we have also looked to OCP to see if we can use riders on other contracts.
Yep.
But we have to have those other contracts in order to get those riders in place as well. And they're just not in existence right now.
Right. I just also am just sort of thinking from the idea that I have 2 agencies who have 2 different RFPs out for pretty much the exact same thing. So perhaps there might have been a way for OCP to have done something to maximize on efficiencies there if you guys were speaking a little bit more. But okay, so in terms of, so you're just looking for additional space around sort of, I'm gonna call it a specialty population. So for the residential treatment and that, but in terms of general shelter and group home.
Yeah, no, we're still looking for that too. I mean, we need secure spaces. And so, and this is kind of getting into some of the conversation that was had earlier in the hearing. These are young people that we cannot serve in a group home setting. When I say a group home setting, that's a setting where they go to school in the community and can basically just walk right out. We do need to have places that meet their treatment needs and can meet the secure needs that we need as well.
Got it.
So it isn't just those RTC spaces, but that's the most acute need.
Okay, I'm over my time. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you. And let me know if you need a second round. Director, I did want to note, based on the data from FY23, there were 184 youth on youth assaults at YIC, resulting in 67 injuries. And in the FY24 data, there were 81 assaults, resulting from 40 injuries. We've seen the climate of assaults at the facility increasing in the last 3 years, during the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic. And the stories have been horrific. Just type of assaults, the repeat assaults, and just the ability to decrease the violence in the facility. I have parents calling me almost weekly. And some of those I communicate with you directly about their concerns. And some kids, you know, we have 12 years old in a facility with people 17. And so I want you to speak to that. But also, Director, you said you removed all of the 18-year-olds and older out of, because when I was there, I saw somebody that was over 19. I assume he has been removed since then. That was a few months ago.
If they're Title 16, yes. So once a Title 16 youth is over 18, we're not required to house them, and those are the ones that we move. It could, if you saw someone over 18, we could be detaining somebody that's charged as a juvenile or has a revocation as a juvenile there. But if it's a Title 16 youth and they're over 18, they have been moved. In terms of the assaults, I share your concerns about the safety and security of our facilities. And I think that the environment that we have needs to certainly be improved. And it's many different things, many different layers. You know, as we solve our staffing challenges and bring more staff on and have a more regular schedule for folks, I think we'll see improvement there. But I will note that while staff are working very hard and are very diligent, we have a lot of new staff. And new staff are great for a lot of things, but there's really no substitute for experience. And so keeping our staff that we have and having them stay on for longer periods is something that we need to see happen, and that we want to see happen and incentivize our folks to stay on. Because when you have more experience, you're going to be able to identify trouble before it explodes into something like an assault. Seasoned staff are much more capable at ferreting those things out and using de-escalation techniques to deal with those. Another issue that we are addressing are those community-based conflicts. We have a number of community-based conflicts. It is making it difficult to house youth because we're trying to keep them separated because they do assault each other. But that's an approach that has very limited value. We can keep them separated. Anytime they cross paths, they may try to do something, but in the end, they're going to be going back into the community. And if we haven't done any work to resolve those conflicts, then that conflict will remain, and then they will come back into the community, and the assaults will just shift there. So we are working with our restorative justice staff, with our credible messengers, to design ways to intervene with our kids so that we can resolve those conflicts. Because I think that they should be able to walk past each other without throwing punches. And we have a vested interest in resolving those while they're with us, rather than letting them continue to fester. I also mentioned the work that we're doing with Raheem Jenkins and some of his colleagues in the Muslim community. He went out with some of our staff to New Beginnings, and last week he called me the same night that he was out there, and he told me that I believe 47 of the youth, and we had I think 55 youth that day, that 47 of them had identified as Muslims, and that this was a real opportunity to engage with the Muslim community at large, and within our facilities and with our kids, and use the month of Ramadan to explicitly highlight the teachings, because it's not just about fasting. As you know, Ramadan is about spirituality, about being with your fellow brothers and sisters, having that community together, and the way you treat each other is very important, and highlighting this for a lot of our kids that may not be as well versed in the faith as our elders are, that in the Muslim religion, God forgives you for what you do to him, but he doesn't forgive what you do to another person. And we want to highlight these lessons for our young people and try to leverage this to help them resolve conflicts, because holding those grudges are things that can carry with you into the afterlife. The last piece is really around contraband. Contraband.
Stop you, Director, real quick. Because
yes.
I want to be able to ask some of these questions so I can get some specific answers to them. And I appreciate you giving some responses to that. But I guess more specifically, what new measures are in place to ensure youth are being moved in and out of facilities, through the facility, safely? What is new that is happening? Because I'm looking at your plan and your outline, right? That you sent, and I'm looking at this outline, and I see you said population management strategy, and you listed some bullet points in the outline. Staff unavailable for duty, recruit and fulfill key leadership positions, develop a policy and quality assurance unit, shelter and group home bed capacity. But I didn't hear, and some of these, like staffing, helps to control greater public safety. But I didn't hear you really talk about that in the outline, and I'm just seeing this PowerPoint recently. So if you can speak to new processes to keeping young people safe, that'd be beneficial to the committee and to the government.
Sure. So just to be specific about security procedures, one of the biggest changes that we've made is around key control. Previously, as you know, staff were able to move throughout the facility using their ID cards, and they could tap their ID cards onto the door, and the door would unlock. This is a problem and a security risk because we've had incidents where youth were able to obtain staff key cards and then open up other living units. So we have restricted the use of those key cards. They can only open certain doors. And with respect to the living units, we've gone back to using keys, physical keys that have to be used to open those doors. And the reason we did that is because, number one, it's not ubiquitous. One card doesn't open every door. A key opens a specific door, but it doesn't open all of them. And the second reason is that it slows things down and gives us more time to respond. So by moving to doing that, it gives us a little bit more time to bring additional staff if there's an incident or if something happens. The other piece that I'll highlight is restricting movement. We have restricted movement from youth in different living units so that they don't mix in the hallway, for example. So one unit moves at a time. We keep them separated and keep them in smaller groups so that we have limited opportunities or less opportunities to engage in kind of assaultive behavior. I was mentioning the contraband because contraband also fuels assaultive behavior. If you have an underground economy that's operating, then the behavior management system that we use is compromised and undermined because kids aren't going to be looking for us for reinforcers. They're going to be looking to their colleagues or whoever may be bringing that contraband into the facility. So increasing our searches. We are now doing pat-down searches of everybody that comes into the facilities versus we used to use just the metal detectors. We are searching staff when they return from breaks. So if they go out to the car and on a break and come back in, they get searched again. We are not permitting bags or other items to come into the facility, particularly around prescription drugs, because those can be easily passed around or used and abused by young people. And we're also doing what I call reverse searches. So once somebody comes in and passes through the front security checkpoint, there may be opportunities to pick things up or to move things around. And so at muster, when we have meetings with staff, sometimes we will do a search there. We are enhancing and randomizing the searches of rooms for young people and to identify and locate contraband. We are using other means of surveillance to try to identify folks. And I do believe that you've actually shared some information with me recently that a parent shared with you about different forms of currency exchange being used. And I believe that we do have some actionable intelligence now. I don't want to go into the specific details, and I can actually with you separately. I don't want to do it in a public space, but I think when I say actionable by law enforcement. And so we are partnering with law enforcement to crack down on this problem as well.
So thank you, Director, for that. I wrote down some of those key things that you've adjusted. I guess one of the critical things that I saw when I was there was even with the key cards versus the keys didn't work. And you said you all moved to keys. Is that a new contract that was issued that's universal around the facility? And also one of the safety issues that I heard from staff was radio into, I guess, the central office that dispatched people out there, waited that the time span to get people to respond to a unit in an incident hasn't been good. So people, what I'm hearing from staff, they're radioing in for someone to come to address or get backup or get relief, and no one is coming. Therefore, the situation is escalating, getting worse. Therefore, the violence is increasing and escalating in that unit. Do you know about that? And have you put anything in place to address those issues as well?
I know I haven't heard about an issue with timing to respond. However, we do review all of our incidents. And if there is an issue with a staff that's not, if staff are not responding appropriately, we'll address that through discipline. But I can get back with my team and drill down to see how we can improve any kind of staff response time. Will note that we did get additional radios and we've refreshed our radios. But in terms of the keys, it's not a contract. The doors had keys on them, had key locks on them. They were just activated by that electronic system, and we just deactivated those and went back to using the keys.
Okay, there are issues of radioing in and getting responses. I have some specific incidents. I have some more to come back onto that, Director. Councilmember Henderson, did you want to go another round?
Yes, I just need one more.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, great. Director, in your, as part of the mayor's order, one of the things that you all listed out that you wanted to engage with DGS to undertake expedited renovations at YSC for a new 10-bed unit. What's the status of that?
That's been completed and that unit is operational. Okay.
Is this the 10-bed unit for females, or is this something else?
No, it's an additional unit within YSC.
Okay, so that's been completed. Okay.
Yes.
So right now, my understanding is that you only have one unit for young women. Are there plans to acquire more space?
Well, the number of units that we have open for girls at YSC really depends on the population. If we have a number of girls, we will open a second unit for girls detained. I think that the issue that's come up from others is that we don't have a girls unit at New Beginnings, and in terms of our treatment milieu. And I'll explain on that. We have a number of kids awaiting placement, and if we don't have very many girls awaiting placement at that security level that have the treatment needs that would be served at New Beginnings. And so we would have a very small group of girls occupying a living unit, and that would take down the number of beds available to treat kids. And so right now, my priority is to get as many youth into treatment so that we can drive down the number of kids awaiting placement. And again, we need to get additional help. We have, all of our beds are occupied at New Beginnings. So everything else that we need in our continuum has to be through these private providers. And so we are working diligently with OCP to open up additional space. Once we get a properly functioning continuum, I do want to open a unit for girls, but we need to engineer more space in the system, not necessarily in any building, but across our continuum, so that we can do that, because I do believe we can serve girls, and I think it's something we can do successfully at New Beginnings in a co-ed facility.
Okay, so right now at New Beginnings is only male, and if there is a young woman who is in need of that type of placement, they're using one of the private providers.
They're using a private provider, yes, or they're waiting.
Okay. So, but so I've been made aware that there was a conversion of a classroom at YSC, and that there are some young women who are sleeping in that right now.
So sometimes we do use the classroom space for beds as our population has gone up. We're at, I believe, 104 youth today. And so it does require us sometimes to house kids in that setting.
So what happens to the classroom during the day? Like, is that classroom now just officially taken offline as not a space that could be used for educational purposes, or?
No, they're temporary beds that are put in there just for sleeping.
Okay.
And so they get removed, and then during the day it returns to a classroom.
Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about some of the health stuff. So the last time we talked in the fall, I asked that you reach out to talk to PIW to help try to mend that relationship. How have those conversations gone?
So I have reached out, and I've met with Mr. Amo, and we have, we had a discussion. We're going to follow up on that discussion, and basically, he articulated to me that they struggle to staff the adolescent unit at PIW, and that is part of the reason why they don't have sufficient capacity. And so what we're going to try and do is see what options that we can have. He did make a proposal that unfortunately I couldn't accommodate to try to operate something within one of our facilities, but we don't really have space to operate. We're as you know, we're full.
Yeah.
But I suggested that perhaps we can do something where we collaborate on training. If his staff are uncomfortable working with young people with behavior issues, that's basically what we do. And how can we collaborate to either train up their staff, or if they want to place staff within our agency that we can train and bring on board. Something to that extent is where we're talking. But as of yet, we have not come up with a solution to that pinch point, and it is still a problem that remains.
Okay. I want to try to keep working on that if we can. Let's talk substance use. So we're seeing an uptick in the number of juveniles citywide who are displaying some substance use disorder symptoms. I have to imagine that if a young person is coming to you all, that might be the case. I'm curious in terms of how the medical staff handles those particular situations, in terms of, one, the withdrawals that might occur, but two, trying to get a young person into a treatment plan, even if they haven't yet been committed yet, but getting them on the right track.
So we do have a dedicated substance use staff that specializes in substance use disorder. In terms of, withdrawal, I'd have to check with Dr. Holder and Nurse Jackson about the specifics of what medical steps they may take. But we do have treatment programs designed to work with our young people that do have substance use disorders, and I'm very happy that we do have staff that are specifically trained in that area as well.
Okay. In your slides and presentation, you did one slide that talked about the number of recommitments within a year. But the most recent data you had was for FY22. When would you have more updated information for FY23?
Yeah, there's always going to be a lag on that because it's recommitment from kids that have left, and we have to wait for the year to pass in order to say, okay, a year has passed, how many kids got recommitted? So that's why there's a lag in that data.
Okay. In terms of the tracking for, well, let me ask it a different way. If a young person is at a shelter or a group home setting, are they still considered the responsibility of DYRS?
So a shelter is our role in terms of the shelter beds is purely around procuring them. The operations of those shelter homes is with Court Social Services. So they give all the direction. The youth that are placed in those shelter homes are in the care of youth social services, Court Social Services. The kids go to the barges as directed by CSS during the day, they go to school and then they go to the barges after school. So the program is run and operated by Court Social Services. Our role is and I don't know how this happened, but we do the procurements for them.
Okay.
For a group
so
home,
I guess
so a group home may be different. So if we place a youth in a group home, then yes, we are supervising that youth. So if it is a committed youth that we've placed in a group home for for care, or if it's for something like aftercare, where they're under our supervision or still in commitment, then we would be supervising those youth. Okay.
All right. That is a bit of a bifurcated system there that I think probably is very confusing for folks. But if you're in charge of the procurement in some level, though, you're in charge of the surveillance and security for that particular location, yes? Or I guess setting the guidelines and standards of the type of security that needs to be in place at that location.
So yeah, we work closely with Court Social Services. So for instance, for these 3 additional shelter homes that we've opened up, I reached out to Director Odom and had her and her team evaluate all of them. I don't want to bring on a new facility that doesn't meet their needs. And so we basically defer to them to say, yeah, this one will work. This program is good. This meets our needs. And so they're involved in the process during the procurement, even though we're the ones technically doing it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm over my time. Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you, Director Abed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Abed. On the same line of questions about incidents, I have a few I want to go through. I did ask about procurement because I did notice in your response from the FY23 terminations of 9/30/23 of contracts, well, MOUs, I'm sorry. One of the MOU contracts was for OUC for radios for 104,000. I didn't know if that was walkie-talkies, what type of radios, because I heard you say you had new radios. Could you speak to that quickly?
Yeah, I'll have to look and see if that MOU expired, if we didn't do a new one, because we did just get new radios and it was through OUC. So there may just be a new one in place. I'll have to check on that.
All right, and I want to give you these cases that is alleged. And one of the parents alleges that her son, I'll just name IG for the sake of protecting identity, was assaulted in January by a group of kids. It is explained that first room 5 and 6 were out assaulting this kid. Then some more young people from room 9 came out and assaulted this kid. It is also alleged that the staffer called for backup and for medical for this kid. And I guess the staffer was called for backup said a supervisor was supposed to transport to medical, only to find out the kid was never transferred to medical until the next day. And this happened at let me get the exact time. This happened around 6:15 p.m. And so what's the proper protocol in a situation like that, Director?
So of course, if staff are calling for assistance, we should respond right away. I don't know. I have to look and see the specific incident reports. It does ring a bell though, in terms of the second piece about not transporting youth to medical. Whenever we have any of these incidents, the incident is reviewed by our administrators. So our assistant superintendents and superintendents review these along with the security chief and deputy director for secure programs. And when we identify issues like this, we have to take corrective action. So I don't remember specifically if what specific action was taken on that supervisor. If they failed to transport, that would be a violation of their duties, and we would take personnel action on that person.
So this is from listening to the parent. It is also alleged that this was an incident also contributing to lack of staffing this particular night. Lack of staff reporting to work, lack of staff responding who were there in the facility because they have to leave other kids. And so this issue of staffing is also causing a huge public safety issue. Councilmember Henderson talked about and you talked about contraband. I have noticed an increase of drugs in the facility. She spoke of those coming in off the streets, increasing the community, but there are incidents. Let me just ask you as director, are you aware of incidents where students have been there for quite some time and tested positive for drugs in the facility?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that.
Okay. And there's also allegations of fentanyl in the facility. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's a high concern. And we recently did uncover youth that had tested positive for fentanyl. And that is one of the top priorities of our internal investigator. And one of the cases that we are trying to bring, because when we find fentanyl, that is something that is
what month and year did this particular case happen that you're speaking of?
Fentanyl was very recent. If it wasn't in February, it was in January.
Okay, it wasn't in February, so it was in January.
Either one of those months. I have to go and find the data. It may have been this month.
And so what findings have you had, first of all, and what have you done as director to kind of curtail some of this? I heard you talking about the searches and things like that, but specifically towards drugs and fentanyl, which we know is extremely deadly in the nation and throughout the country.
So yeah, as I mentioned, we've instituted pat-down searches after this incident because drugs are not something that's metallic. It's not something that's going to come up on a magnetometer, and so we have to pat people down as they come in. I also mentioned that we have prohibited anybody from bringing any prescription drugs. Prescription drugs, can be, you could have a bottle of drugs that are prescribed to you and have other pills inside. We don't want to have any of those things. We have enhanced our investigations. So we, of course, interview all those youth and interview other youth. And, unfortunately, the flow is coming from multiple sources. We have credible evidence that visitors and, unfortunately, parents are also part of our concerns. And so what we are doing is when we identify somebody that has attempted or been detected bringing in any contraband, they're banned from coming into the facility.
So, Director, specifically, have you identified anyone bringing in contraband?
Yes, we have.
How many people?
I don't have the numbers. I can get you
5, 6, 20. About how many?
No, it's single digits. It's single digits at this point. But we are investigating, and we're going to enhance that investigation and cooperation with law enforcement. And so we may find others.
Is MPD involved in this investigation?
They will be involved shortly. So once we identify that something appears to have a criminal component, that's when we have to coordinate our investigation to MPD.
Okay, I'm a bit confused. So someone had a illegal substance that you identified several people, and this, which is a crime, and you saying law enforcement is not involved?
So we've had multiple people identified with contraband. The most recent one was not drugs, it was currency that was being passed. But through investigations of young people that tested positive, we have identified people we suspect are responsible for bringing drugs in. And that's where we need to bring in law enforcement to take over that investigation.
I heard you mention parents. Are you suspecting any staff?
I don't know that there are any current suspects of staff, but historically, that has also been a source of contraband coming in.
Has there any thing done with law enforcement involving any staff persons?
I don't believe we've had any law enforcement interactions with staff at this point on that issue.
What other drugs are known to be that you know of in the facility?
Typically we find vape pens. I think in the past, I have to look at the incident reports. I don't know everything that's coming through, but when I get something like fentanyl, I get notified, and that's what gets my top attention. But I can come back to you on
Yeah, but
any other substances.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, any drugs, it should be. I mean, you should know what type of drugs have been already talked about, confirmed, found in the vicinity. It's been 8 months, and the drugs been in existence in the facility before.
Well, I don't want to speak without knowing exactly what we found. I can confirm that we found fentanyl because that I know we've seen.
Beyond fentanyl, there are other drugs that has been found at the facility. Director, I'm asking you what drugs, and I know that you know there are other drugs at the facility. So I'm just trying to get on record what other drugs at the facility that you know of.
I know that there have been barbiturates. I believe that there's been marijuana found as well.
All right. And I don't know if you know about this incident. Let me know if you do. There was allegations of an incident on February the 8th. So that's recent. When two youth assaulted another youth, and youth placing a lock in a sock and swinging it around and attempt to destroy his unit. A youth spraying a fire extinguisher at a YDR. Just trying to get idea if you know about these incidents.
I'm not familiar with a lock in a sock. I know that we've had a number of incidents at YSC, particularly in the intake unit, and we are taking action to adjust our procedures there to try to minimize that. But I'd have to look at the incident report.
Thank you. And I do know, based on your responses to the questions, that some youth have been re-prosecuted, and again for offenses Y in DYRS. Can you speak to the process of that?
Yes, when we have youth assault staff, or if there's significant, for significant assaults, not every assault, but when they assault staff or they assault other youth, we do contact MPD and have them rebooked. I understand that it's, these are kids that are already in custody, but we need to support our staff and show that we are trying to work with them. And this is something that I think is appropriate when there is a significant assault. If there is a push or sometimes you get spitting, even though that's very insulting, those are lesser assaults. We're not taking everything there, but we do rebook those youth that are committing significant assaults, serious assaults.
I did notice that youth on assault increased 3.9 per 1,000 beds a night to 9.9 per 1,000 beds a night in FY23, as well as injury to use as a result of assault increased from 2.6 in 2022 to 6.5. Director, what do you attribute to the increase of assaults on youth, youth on staff, and staff on youth that's been increasing in this facility?
So I think part of it is our increased population. As we have more kids in our facilities, it becomes more difficult to manage populations and keep kids, separated if they have conflicts. We've also had a lot of staff turnover, and as I mentioned earlier, when we have a high prevalence of new staff, that lack of experience does not give them the opportunity or the ability to see things sort of brewing as they happen. Oftentimes when we review video from assaults, you can see the antecedents. They may start out as what appears to be horseplay, and we have to train our staff to intervene earlier when they have things like this so that they can prevent those assaults.
Thank you. And at one point, I know based on the data given that we, at one point, I guess it's 2014, we had almost 700 committed youth, and now we have a little under 200. And I'm just wondering, based on I guess the new hires, I think I saw 14 new hires. What is the actual number needed to fully staff the facility on a 24-hour basis to be safe and just have a healthy operating facility? What's the number needed for not just new hires, but total number of staff at DYRS, at YIC, and New Beginnings?
Well, the number needed really depends on the population. So it comes down to
So give us an idea.
So we definitely need additional staff. And that's something that we are working with the administration on obtaining. But in terms of the final number, I don't have the final number to give you today.
That's helpful during the performance oversight going into budget, because that's going to be some of the consistent themes about, you just said we got 58 staff out, and I don't know what, and different types of staff and different capacity, different spaces and places, because there are staff that are in the community, there are staff at
the 58 that I referred to, council member, are direct care staff in the facilities.
Okay, so we have more than that may be out, actually. So
yes.
I mean, that will be good for the council to know, because you know how it goes. We get calls from reporters asking us questions, and we're asking the performance oversight here to the director how many staff you need to run a facility, and we don't know. We can't give an adequate answer, and we know based on the current trend that the population have been peaking over capacity, and so we need to get some of those answers, director, if you can help us with that.
We're working with the administration, and we're putting our budget together, and I think it'll be reflected in that budget request.
All right, thank you. I want to talk briefly, because you talked about those who have major assaults getting recharged. What happens when they return back to the facility? Are they placed in a different space? Are they in the same space? Is there some type of restorative justice happening? Is there some type of mediation happening? Is there some type of healing circle happening? Give us an idea of what happens, because if this individuals had issues or assaults with another person or persons, and they come back, I just wanted to get an idea of what corrective action plan is in place.
Right. So, if a staff is injured during an assault, they would be taking some time off to recover. And yes, we do use our restorative justice staff to work with those kids, and as well as the staff, to address what happened and why it happened. I'll say that a lot of staff, things that look like staff assaults, are really not directed to staff. Not in every one of those assaults is it directed to staff. Oftentimes what happens is youth are assaulting other youth, and in the process of trying to break up that assault, a fist flies or some other things happen. So we do use our restorative justice team. We use our credible messengers to work with those.
And can you walk us through what they come back, you figure out who was involved, they meet, what's the process with this?
So yeah, they would go back through booking. So if they were charged, MPD would come, pick them up, take them back to the booking unit. A charging decision would be made. And then oftentimes, yes, they are just returned back to the facility. When we bring them back into the facility, as I said, we work with our restorative justice team. Oftentimes it includes the superintendent or the assistant superintendent having a conversation with that young person, trying to understand what happened, why they did what they did, and to try to resolve the conflict.
Director, I guess I'm missing some parts. So if someone can help you, I don't know if you, it's more so general. So the youth returns back to the facility. They work with restorative justice team. So they sit down with them in a room. They talk to them. They identify the other person who was harmed, because I haven't heard about the victim and how they restoring justice with the other person as well that was a victim.
So let me get some information and I'll come back to you on what the exact process with restorative justice.
Okay. And who is this restorative justice staff? What is this comprised of?
So these are staff that are part of our behavioral health team. So they are trained specifically to work with young people and with our team about resolving conflicts.
Got it. Now, I did want to ask you, because we heard a number of conversation about mental health services, behavioral health services at the facility. And you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony. Can you elaborate on how many staff are there on a particular shift that addresses mental health and behavioral health?
So I'll have to find out, and I'll ask my colleague to look at the data that we have on how many behavioral health staff that we have. But we have a leader of our behavioral health team, Dr. Key. She has a number of psychologists that work both at YSC and at New Beginnings. We do have behavioral health services at the achievement centers as well. Anytime a youth is intaked into our facilities, they get a number of screenings. So one is the Massachusetts Youth Screening Instrument, also called the MAISY. We do a medical and mental health assessment. And then they may have also, through our contractual staff, we have psychiatrists. So if they believe that there is a significant mental health issue, we would have a psychiatrist also do an assessment.
So one of the,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, because I heard earlier today, as relates to that kids that are on medicines get prescribed medicines, but not a routine treatment or checkup. Can you speak to that?
So I think this was referring to youth at YSC. And generally, if youth are on medication, we're going to continue them on their medication if they come in with prescriptions. And when we're talking about the population at YSC, I think that some of our friends in the advocacy community want to turn YSC into a facility that is more like New Beginnings. Unfortunately, it is not that. It is a detention center, and it is for the purposes of youth that are awaiting their trials or awaiting their placements. And so we do supportive services. We have therapy. They're a psychoeducational group. They do have group therapy. There are clinical groups. We do crisis interventions, but it is not the same as a treatment facility because we are with limited experience with those youth. We haven't done all of the assessments that are needed to do the type of treatment that you would get at a New Beginnings.
And let's stay in that vein, Director, because I know that some of the concern is about the holdover at the facility. I think I noted that we have 38 youth being held over that's supposed to have been placed. And I know we spoke about this a few months ago as far as getting those placements done. And I think you took a number of steps, in which I thank you for getting a procurement out. You spoke to one of the procurements you didn't like. What was those things in the procurement or responses to the RFP that was unsatisfactory to you?
Well, in terms of the responses, we need a particular level of care. So we need RTC or PRTF level of.
Can you say what those are? Because I'm not sure what all those acronyms.
Yeah, so residential treatment center is an RTC, or a PRTF is a psychiatric residential treatment facility. These are high-level mental health facilities. And so when we have youth that are recommended for that level of care, we need to match them with programs that can deliver that level of care. And so that is a specific, there are specific components to the program that need to be in place. And if those components aren't in place, then we cannot use that program. So, you know, we have identified a number of programs that do meet that need, but that unfortunately did not respond to the RFP. And we're going to meet with them. We are meeting with them and with OCP to understand what their concerns were, why they wouldn't respond, and to try to essentially recruit them to serve our kids.
Thank you. And I did hear something about us thinking about sending kids to Georgia, Florida, and Idaho. Can you give us a response to that, the validity of that?
Yes. So some of the youth that we have with very specialized needs, we have contracted for like one-off contracts. So it's not the full contract where we have a number of beds available to us, but we have a kid that needs something specific and their program can meet that need. And we've done those contracts in other states. And when we find a program that meets a young person's needs, yes, we have used contracts in other states.
On average, how much of these, how much have the costs been to send our kids out?
I'll have to get cost numbers for those contracts, but I can get that information for you.
If someone can get that to you, Director, you have a vast amount of staff there at the agency. If someone can get that before the hearing is out, because we have to get this information for public record, how much we're spending for out-of-town placement.
We will try to get that for you, council member.
And I did hear some conversation about the need for more placement for females. Can you speak to the imbalance or need or where we're finding solutions to placing females?
Yeah, so the need for female space is in a number of areas. I think one that we've talked about is around shelter care. And we have addressed that and identified a provider that can provide shelter care services for females. We also need placement options for females at the higher level of placements. As I mentioned, the residential treatment centers or RTCs and the PRTFs, the psychiatric treatment centers, we need those as well. And so those are the two areas that have been of most concern. We do have options for young people in the community, young ladies, but secure and high-level mental health treatment are where the deficiencies are.
What do you think the timeline will be as far as getting these pyramids secured and getting people out to where they need to be? Because we are out of compliance as a district in placing youth, which is going to create some federal issues if not corrected. So if you can speak to some timelines, it'd be helpful for the committee.
I wish I could share timelines with you. We're talking about contracting with outside parties, so I can't promise you when they would actually sign a contract. But with the emergency order from the mayor, we can do those contracts quickly. It's coming to the agreement that's the difficulty. So we certainly have identified the programs that we want to utilize. We are in communication with them now. We're trying to understand what their concerns are. And to quickly tailor contracts that they would find acceptable. So what I can tell you is we're working as diligently as we can.
And I did hear you mention some of the facilities which I know that were open before and somehow had a disconnect with DYRS, life deeds. What's the other ones you listed?
Life deeds. Inner City,
yep,
and Hope House were the three that I mentioned.
Yeah. What's going on with? Give us an update on what's happening with them.
So I believe Life Deeds is basically having a soft opening already. So in other words, they've already signed a contract. They have brought in all the equipment that they need and have staffed up. And they are ready to receive young people at their facility. So, I'll check back in. Our timeline for that was early March. And so they're basically coming in a bit early and are ready, if not ready today, very close to being ready to serve kids. Hope House is also on track for an early March or even earlier opening. Hope House is we're going to be using for shelter beds for girls. Inner City, I need to get an update on specifically where they are, but my understanding is they're also on track for an early March opening.
I know you and I spoke to one of the providers who expressed that he had, and a lot of this was prior to you, but he essentially opened up these homes and contracted with DYRS, but never got youth, and so he had to figure out a way to keep these, keep the staff, security, psychologists in a place where we didn't have youth, and now we're in a place now where we are backed up with youth trying to find placement. And to my understanding, he still was understaffed based on the, and he closed down one of the houses, and I think he had one of the houses still open, and so we've seen a series of these facilities closing. What is your vision to ensuring that once we get them open, one, that we can get the youth there that need the services, two, that these facilities are safe? And I don't know if you heard this, but earlier in the hearing, I talked about just the safety issues in releasing youth into the community at these facilities, because at some point it becomes widely known that there are youth who are committed or detained or in some type of supervision living at these houses, who are beefing in the streets, who have altercations, who are on social media, who create a safety risk as well, not just to themselves, but to the residents there, the staff, and to those who live close by to those facilities. What is your thoughts around the security of these facilities as well?
So I guess to start with the first part of your question about how do we get kids into these programs? The approach that we've taken with these three contracts was to make them flexible contracts. And I think part of the reason why some of these providers weren't being utilized is because we had very specific contracts that said we need it for this type of kid. And the mix of kids that we get is not something that we control, and it can be different. And so we need to have flexible contracts that we can sort of shift the purposes of a facility that we contract with. And so that's the strategy that we're using to try to make sure that we can maximize utilization of the providers that we have on contract, is that, we'll be able to use it for different kids if we're not seeing a need, for the purpose that we started with. So for instance, with shelter beds, if we don't see a need for that, we can use that same program for an independent living program and still use those beds, but for a different purpose. In terms of the safety issues for these private providers, that's where our quality assurance process needs to be stood up. As we stand up that quality assurance process, we can, better monitor. And I should say that we do have a quality assurance process in place, but it is an independent process that looks at these private providers. We need to unify that under common leadership and have strong standards that we evaluate all of these programs and ensure that they are operating up to our standards and to the safety that we expect.
Thank you. And I'm gonna go back to this for public record so you can speak to some of these allegations. There was some previous concern around youth being in their cell over the extended period of time, one in intake and one just in their cell in general. And I guess the facility was leaning on COVID protocols. So you can speak to the policy around how long the youth is detained, how long this, because they're supposed to be in intake, 10 days is the number? Is that correct, Director?
I believe that's correct. And with respect to the COVID protocols, we do have an outbreak of COVID at YSC. And as the last note that I saw, I believe we had 18 positive cases of COVID. The speakers earlier were incorrect when they said 5 days of isolation. That's the general CDC guidelines for the community, but for congregate care facilities, it is still 10 days that we have to keep a COVID positive case isolated from other youth. So we do have a number of youth that are that have tested positive for COVID. We did have an outbreak at New Beginnings as well. I believe we're down to only one active case at this point. We've been able to mitigate that, but there have been cases of COVID, and we do need to safeguard the rest of the community there through those isolation policies. Those are guided by our medical staff. We follow their guidance, and we work with the health department as well to make sure that we're doing everything in the appropriate fashion.
I got that. So, Director, those that are non-COVID issues or sections, because I mean, COVID come and go as the virus spreads or don't spread. But I'm also concerned about those that are detained that are not COVID related. Can you speak to that?
Detained, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part of your.
All right. So the average time of intake is 10 days. I've met young people that's been in intake for 90 days.
90 days at intake.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know. I'm asking you to speak to that because that's what they're telling me. They said I'm supposed to been out of intake, and I've been over here for 3 months. I'm supposed to been 10 days. I'm supposed to been out this intake, and then I guess
so as a rule, they should not be in there that long. Now, there may be a situation where there's a safety concern or we need to keep somebody separated, and that's the only place that we can put them. And so that may happen. That certainly may happen if we've got somebody with a safety concern, or for some reason we have to keep separated from other youth. I'd have to look into that specifically, but generally they should not be at intake nearly that long. Of course not.
So how do you audit that to know who is where too long?
So I review that with my team, and I'll certainly take this up with the secure programs team to review that. But that would be something that would be part of the routine of a quality assurance unit. And we have not stood that up yet. As we get that together, we will start to monitor that and all the other areas that we need to make sure that we're complying with our own procedures.
I want to ask you about, because that also affects the kids' ability to get their education. When I was there, because there was so much disarray, lack of staff, and the fights and assaults, that sometimes other youth were not able to access their quality time and getting their learning. And when I'm there, I don't know what's the truth and what's not, but I was able to speak to one of the educators, and she explained to me that she was not able to get to all the youth in time to get them what they need. And I think that the learning was somewhere around 40 minutes. And essentially they were getting 15 minutes math, 15 minutes English, give or take a few minutes for the youth that was in that particular pod. And I don't know who can get an efficient amount of curriculum in 15 to 40 minutes. Could you speak to that? And that was with CFABA.
So there certainly have been instances where because of behavior issues, because of security concerns, we've had to limit education. And sometimes because of staff callouts, that has happened. We work very closely with See Forever Foundation to ensure that we have adequate education for our kids, that they have access to that. But there are situations where we may have to restrict an individual. And sometimes it's because they are having issues with their behavior and disrupting the class. So there are a number of things that can influence that. It has happened, but as a general rule, kids are getting education and they're getting the adequate amount of time in education.
When you say adequate, what is the number of minutes spent in education daily for the children there?
I believe they're supposed to get 6 hours a day of education.
6 hours a day?
Yes, for the weekdays, not on the weekends.
Got it. And I guess one of my concerns I always bring up in these hearings is while we are focused on the academics, which is definitely needed, because we don't know, I mean, the length of stay is different for each child. We're also concerned about what type of trades, what type of financial literacy, what type of training that are we giving them to help them be more hireable or more employable to earn income once they return back to the community.
So for young people that are school aged, they do need to go to their regular school activities. We do have kids that are in like Lincoln Tech after they're committed to, they still will be committed, but after their stay, for instance, at New Beginnings, they can be transferred to one of these trade schools. We do have youth that are in trade school. We also have partnerships through the OASIS program with workforce development entities to establish linkages for young people to get trade education. It typically takes about 3 years to get certified as either a plumber or a carpenter. So it's a long length of stay that would be needed to do that. And when you back out the time where they would be in mandatory education, it's not something that we can really accomplish in a facility. But what we are trying to do is bring those services onto the campus. And so at the campus over at New Beginnings, next to the OASIS program, we are bringing a carpentry program. We have a sawmill, and we have equipment that's being provided by some of our partners, Department of Transportation, so that we can stand up a carpentry program. We're also standing up a blacksmithing program next door to it in another structure. So I would love to take you around there and show you those new programs that we're bringing online.
Thank you. There were some discrepancies about this whole soap issue. Director, in which I was there, you were there, staff was there, about access to soap. And I guess your response was that it wasn't true about the soap because some of the students had alleged they were using hand soap or hand sanitizer to wash up because they didn't have soap. And you gave a response to that. What was your response to this whole soap allegation?
So nobody was using hand sanitizer um, instead of soap. The issue that we had with soap was that young people wanted, and they did express to me when I visited, that they wanted a certain brand of soap. And I committed to getting that brand of soap, and we've switched it over to the brand that they've asked for, which is Dove. But they had been complaining that day that, oh, it's been, however long it was since they first asked, and they don't like this soap, and they feel like it's drying their skin. And I think that somebody may have compared it to hand sanitizer, but I can assure you nobody was using hand sanitizer instead of soap.
Thank you, Director. And I do know that when I came back to the facility in December, I think December the 1st. Was that it? I think I came back December the 1st with Councilmember Janice Lewis George, and we went to New Beginnings.
Correct.
And soap was an issue there. You're talking about roughly a month later, and the youth were still talking about the soap issue. And then I just walked through the warehouse and saw piles of Dove there. And so there was a breakdown into the facility having the soap. Because first the soap had to be ordered. So that wasn't the case because I saw the soap in the warehouse, but when I went to meet with the kids asking about the soap, they still haven't gotten the soap. Could you
Yes.
speak to the proper protocols that should be done? How does a youth request to get soap, shoes, and also speak to that too? I talked to some of the youth. One kid was a big kid, probably weighed about 280 pounds. His clothes were small, and they expressed they had holes in their shoes. And so I go to a warehouse where I see pants, shirts, shoes, but I go into the dormitory and I see kids that have shoes that are too small, some too big, and several had holes in the bottom of the shoes. And so this not matching up. Like we have parents calling that have their kids in a DC agency that have holes in their shoes, and as you know, sometimes when they have to transition from one spot to another spot, they have to go outside to get from one part of the campus to the other part. You're talking about raining, and that particular day I was there, it was pouring down raining. With holes in their shoes, and some didn't even have jackets, and the jackets they did have didn't have hoods, which can also create health issues or get them a cold or sickness.
So yes, as you mentioned, council member, you were there with council member Janice Lewis George, and we got on the phone with her as well and identified that it was one living unit that wasn't having access to the Dove soap, and same living unit that that had kids with the shoe issue. We addressed that issue that same day. It was a unit manager in that unit was not being responsive to our kids. And so how we're addressing that is now we have instituted a youth voice initiative. And so our young people now elect members of their living units, and then they work in liaison with our administration, and they can bring their concerns directly to the leadership. And then after they've had that meeting, our leadership team puts together a memo that gets distributed to all the kids. So it serves two purposes. Number one, it does teach our young people, how to work with and elect leadership within their community, and then it holds that leadership accountable because we distribute the memo to say to all the kids, here are the issues that were brought, and here's our response. And then the kids can all read that and see if their issues have been met. So we want to have multiple avenues. The other way is we have a grievance process. Young people can file grievances that our internal investigations team review and go back and ensure that they get the grievances resolved.
Thank you, Director. And I just want to comment on that real quick is because I think that and I thank you for these new processes, the Youth Voice Initiative and the grievance process that's in place now, because I am concerned that some of the violence from hearing from the youth is stemming to them not being heard, them expressing they need and want this, and I don't believe that DYRS is a playground for youth. But I do think that the basic needs has to be met. And when those things are not met, the youth are expressing that when they don't get what they need, they start churning up and tearing up the facility and breaking TVs, game consoles, the phones, just to get what they need. And I was flabbergasted that we had this conversation and it was publicized, and that a month later it was still some of those same issues, right? And so that told me that, you know, we don't have the systems in place to address these things. And the gentleman I met there who was in charge of the storage, he was very responsive, he was very professional, and he addressed it real quickly. But I don't know what was happening on the other units, because I wasn't able to go to all the units, and a lot of time I was there. But it speaks to the issue of systems, right? And having leadership and protocols beyond a council member or several council members coming to the facility. Because if we wasn't there that day, I don't know if they would have got their shoes in time, or would have been wearing too small clothes or too big shoes, right? And so it has to be some proactiveness about these things prior to us getting involved. And I know you agree to that, because we talked through it and you've been able to assist in multiple ways. I want to jump to this real quick. While you're talking about youth violence initiatives and grievance process, in your outline, you spoke about the Office of Policy and Quality Assurance. I wanted to know what specific policies and procedures has the Office of Policy and Quality Assurance developed to enhance data collection and track youth outcomes?
So we haven't stood up that office yet. So we've created the positions and we are recruiting for those members. So they haven't done any work just yet. We do have policy teams that I have put together with management and leadership of the agency to start working on different policies. Youth Voice is one of the early policies that we put together. But there have been other policies that are in process. The three areas that we are working on in the absence of having a policy unit are facility safety and security. And so we talked a little bit about some of the policy changes that we've made there around key control, using access cards, restricting movement, and with searches to prevent contraband. Those are the main outputs of that team. We have a team that's led by Dr. Key that is reviewing our length of stay policy, or actually developing a length of stay policy, because we want to pair our behavior management system and the length of stay that the youth stays in a facility together, so that we can put incentives in place so that kids not only behave, but they engage in education and they engage in their treatment programming. And then the third area that we are working on is on awaiting placement. So we have a team that is looking at how we can improve our internal processes about placing youth versus, which is, we've talked about the need for additional placements. That's there, but we also can be more efficient in our internal processes.
Yeah, thank you, Director. And even I want to speak to the issue of climate and culture there. And I think that you have some remarkable staff that come in every day, work hard, that are dedicated, stay there when they feel like going home and they're tired. Some who have been out injured and came back. There are some who left the agency and never came back at all. But one of the things I do want to note is my concern with one of the staff, Ms. Oganga. Am I saying it right?
Yes, and I'd be reticent to have a conversation about an individual in a public forum like this, council member.
Yeah, I understand that, but she was not just a regular staff, but she was leadership there, and I was there, and you were there, and everything rises and falls on leadership, right? And this, the communication that was done by her with the youth, with me, was just in regards for basic humans, right? And I just think that if we have that in leadership, it transfers to the staff. Now, I don't know if she was frustrated, if she was angry that day, but it cannot be overlooked, right? And I think that part of the culture is stuff has been overlooked for far too long. And this is high level staff working there. And I recall, and I am going to speak to it, is that when a youth motioned her about what his need was, she raised her hand and said she don't want to hear it in front of you director. You were there. I was there. It was probably about 9 adults in the room. And I'm thinking, damn, if this is happening while we're here, picture what can happen when it's just a you talking to her, or when he or she is alone trying to get some help, right? And he wasn't disrespectful. But the disregard for his voice during that particular moment was just troublesome. And then when I brought it to the attention of the agency, it was not even taken, like, it wasn't taken seriously. And so as the leader, the director, I just want to, share my concern with you with that. And I think I have. I asked what was going to be done. I know it's some HR matters that's not available to everyone, but the reality is, like, the disdain and the disrespect is just intolerable and not needed, because you're dealing with a population of youth who already have parenting issues, anger issues, emotional issues, mental health issues, trauma issues, and you trigger them. That you're causing more harm than good. And the unintended consequence of that can be ripple down effects to this youth assaulting another youth, or assaulting the staff, or getting a rearrest for a new charge, because this is a tender, fickle population that we're handling each and every day. And so I just want to know from you, director, how are you handling complaints of youth, from youth to staff, and from staff about youth?
So first, let me just say that I agree with you that leadership is key, and that we have to model behavior. And we are human beings, and people make mistakes, and so nobody is a perfect person. But we do have to be mindful that when we are working with young people, they're always watching, they're always paying attention, and all of our interactions with them influence them, whether we intend for it or not. So we do care about leadership. We do address the issues, and the issues that you raised. I did certainly take seriously. They were not disregarded, and I did have conversations with leadership and with the individual as well. I don't want to get into specifics about any kind of actions, but generally speaking, anytime a youth raises an issue, we investigate it. We have an internal investigations unit, and we will address it with appropriate discipline. I have seen staff that have been warned verbally up to termination for interactions and inappropriate interactions with youth. So we take it very seriously, and I think the volume of cases that we have over with DCHR would verify that we are taking that very seriously.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that response. I did want to note for public record, I did find one of the pictures of one of the shoes, Director, if you haven't seen it, of one of the young people that talked about, and this was one of several that particular day that's in that one particular pod. shoes in a warehouse on a shelf, and then those who are in actually needing the shoes not having shoes. And you're talking about the youth have to walk across the yard in the rain in this, and what you can clearly see this water is going to clearly get it, and that affects our kids' behavior as well, Director. So I just want to make sure we're taking these matters very seriously and addressing them. And I want to thank you for being responsive to that, to those issues. I did want to continue with the hearing as it relates to the the anticipation of youth coming in. We have seen more youth being detained. I even heard that I guess it was 230 plus carjackings involving youth and only 7 were detained. Well, we are anticipating that that's going to change, and DYRS is already over the 88 unit supposedly limit. I mean, you can fit more, but that's what it says, supposed limit. And I heard also in the testimony earlier that we have 3 girls, I guess, sleeping in the middle of the floor on cots. You can speak to that. But as the population increase potentially, what is DYRS doing to be able to create a safe, comfortable environment for youth who, as we see the population increase?
So the key is to develop that placement continuum. Those youth that are, well, I'll say that's one of the keys. We've got to get more placements for our kids so that we can drive down that awaiting placement population. As you already know, that's about 40 kids or over 40 kids at YSC. The other population that we really need to address are the Title 16 youth. Those Title 16 youth have very long lengths of stay. And when you keep a young person locked up for multiple years awaiting trial, that is eating up a lot of our bed capacity. And so when you have a sort of frozen population like that, that is there for such a long period of time, that's a big issue. So those are the 2 biggest keys, I think, to managing the population. You know, as you saw from the slides, the pre-hearing youth were in the low 30s. That's a number that's easily manageable with that population. But when you add in the Title 16s and the awaiting placement, that's where we have the concern. So as we drive down length of stay for youth awaiting placement, we'll see those numbers mitigate. But we also have to drive down length of stay for Title 16 youth awaiting trial.
So you talked about placement, and I'm looking at the responses from October the 1st, 2023 to December the 22nd, 2023. And I see that CGC, Buddy's Place, had 22 youth placed. Umbrella, 42 youth placed. Sasha Bruce at the Chloe Shelter, 26 youth placed. And this is on page 40 of the performance oversight questions. Sasha Bruce Reach, 28 youth placed. Universal D. Go ahead.
Those are shelter beds.
Right. Okay.
So those are not committed beds.
I got it.
Okay.
Universal Grandma's House, offline. Umbrella, 50th Street, 8. Speak to these shelter bed placements, Director, and what's how are we incorporating this into the greater need to get youth placed?
So that's a different population that's being served in shelter beds. So shelter beds are probably the best way to describe them would be as an alternative to detaining a youth.
Sure.
So these are non-secure beds for kids that just need a little bit more, I suppose, supervision than they may be getting at home. it is a court decision on whether to use a shelter bed versus a detention bed. So those are not beds for kids that are committed to the department. The thing that I spoke about is as we brought on additional shelter bed capacity, we used flexible contracts. So the plan that we have, so that we're not expending all of our funds for shelter beds that we don't need, is if we're not using those beds, that we can flex them into something else, like a group home or like an independent living facility. So those are for the new contracts that we've brought on board.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. I know in the last 10 years, DYRS have moved from third-party monitoring to monitoring devices. Can you tell us how many youth we have that are on active monitoring devices?
For the GPS monitoring devices?
Yes.
We generally have a small number of youth that are on GPS monitoring. I would say it's under 20 any given day for most days. We use GPS as the first step when a youth is released from a committed program. And again, they're still committed to us. They're under our supervision. We will place them onto GPS monitoring for the first 30 to 60 days to ensure that they are compliant with their conditions. As they perform well, we can back them off of that monitoring. The big change that we have in terms of GPS monitoring is the way that we are utilizing our team to respond to any kind of violations of that monitoring. So we developed the rapid response team and a procedure to guide that program. And basically that procedure requires our staff to immediately intervene when there is any kind of violation. A very typical type of violation we see are kids that fail to charge their batteries. To me, when I see a young person that has failed to charge their batteries, that is them testing us. Are we paying attention? Are we monitoring their system? If we don't do anything when they fail to charge it, then they may continue to let the battery drain, and then they would be, out of supervision. So instead, now we immediately intervene. We call the young person, we call their families, and we tell them, get your device on the charger. And we can see that in real time if they've charged their device. Likewise, if they are ordered to be excluded from a certain area of the city and they find themselves in that city, we're going to immediately contact that young person and advise them to get out of the city. Sometimes, they're riding a bus and the bus is just passing through an area. Okay, we can understand that, and it should quickly resolve itself. But if they're in an area and interacting in it for a prolonged period of time, then we're going to send somebody out there to find them. And if we cannot find or locate somebody and get them back into compliance, then we're going to go escalate that to MPD and request a custody order and have the police assist us in searching for that young person and bring them into custody.
Thank you, Director. And I just want to know, what is the criteria for those individuals? I heard you say 20 being placed on the GPS devices.
Everybody that leaves a committed placement is going to be placed on that device for a period of time. Whether we extend that is really dependent on how they perform.
And do we monitor and administer this device in-house, or is it subcontracted?
Well, we have a contract for the devices, but we get alerts for any of the violations in real time. So we are monitoring those devices ourselves.
And who on your staff is responsible for monitoring these alerts?
So Adrian Richardson is the manager of that unit, and then he has a number of staff that work for him.
Is this the same as abscondence unit?
That's correct.
How many youth do we currently have abscondents?
We have 5 youth in abscondence today.
How many do we have year to date?
I have to check on the year-to-date number, but we typically have a low number of youth on abscondence.
What do you attribute to that?
The low number?
Yeah.
Well, I think part of it is, we get compliance when we have good supervision. If we're monitoring kids and we're making sure that they are doing what they need to do, we shouldn't see so many youth absconding.
Thank you. I want to move to credible messengers program.
Okay.
How many credible messengers do we have currently employed by DYRS and or partners?
Just be missing the page. I've looked through this twice now. Just a moment, council member. I've got that in front of me here. We have 48 credible messengers assigned to our youth and families in the community. These are the contracted credible messengers. We have, I believe, 10 in-house credible messengers. We also have 14 credible messengers assigned to DCPS, 3 to CFSA.
Yeah, there was a cut. One of the MOUs was cut when it comes to credible messenger. Your response. Let me try to find it real quick. I might have to come back to that, but I noticed that in your response. I'll come back to that, but I did want to here it is right here. DYRS had a contract that was terminated. And it's on page 10. Credible messages for 207,000 with CFSA. Can you speak to what that is?
So could you repeat the page that you're on?
On page 10 of your responses. It's a section that speaks to your MOUs terminated.
Yeah, I'll have to look at why that was terminated. The DCPL credible messenger, is that or CFSA? I see.
Yeah, CFSA was terminated, and also DCP $49,887 $887. That was also terminated.
So I'll have to check if those were just expiring, and then we run on new ones, or if those were expired and not there. Oh, okay. So I did get word back from my team. These are MOUs that expired, but they're in the process of being reauthorized. So those services are still available.
You get a response back about the radios with Office of Unified Communications. And you're supposed to get back to that.
The issue with the radios, You talking about the time?
You know, I spoke earlier about issue with radios, and I see the MOU was terminated. You was trying to check and see if that was reissued or not. And I don't know if you ever got an answer from you.
Okay, yeah, we'll verify whether it was reinstated, but I know that we just took delivery of new radios. You also asked about the cost, how much we're spending on out-of-state providers. That number for the fiscal year was $1.6 million, $299.
And it's on how many people?
I don't have the number of youth that are in those programs. I can get that, how many youth are in those.
And is that 1.6 million per year?
I believe that's what we spent in the last fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, if you can give me the number of youth, that'd be helpful too.
Okay.
Still on Credible Messenger. You talked about the numbers we had. I heard 48, then I heard 10 in-house. What is the role of the Credible Messenger inside the facility?
So Credible Messengers provide mentoring services to our kids. They work with our young people to guide them. They also help us interrupt, violence. They're working with our team to identify neighborhood beefs. They have a number of different roles. We have Credible Messengers that we use in our curfew center to help assist with any issues that we might be seeing with kids that are brought in for curfew. So they have different roles, but essentially they're like youth mentors, and I would say they have a bit of a role as violence interrupters as well.
Thank you. Do you think 10 is an adequate number to support that work inside? I know it's a 24-hour facility, so I'm concerned about 10 being that number for a 24-hour facility. And I'm not sure if they are just at New Beginnings, or just at YSC, or are they at New Beginnings as well?
No, they work between the programs, so they're not just at one facility. And as I mentioned, we contract with a number of Credible Messengers as well. So we have, a pretty significant force of Credible Messengers. It's a mix of staff that we have on board with our own, as FTEs and contracted staff as well. The majority are contracted.
Got it. And I'm aware of some of the organizations in which they are contracted too.
And so with the OUC, the MOU for radios is still active. We still have an active MOU with them.
Okay, because the list is terminated, so I guess it's because the fiscal year ended. But
yes, I think they just ended by the terms of the MOU, and we've renewed that. The Credible Messenger MOUs that terminated are being renewed, and they're in the process of getting renewed. The two that you mentioned.
Thank you. Do you know how many on average is a typical caseload for Credible Messengers working with DYRS youth in the community?
I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to check and see what their caseloads look like.
And are you looking to get more Credible Messengers in this new budget? I heard you talk about DYRS and some of the other rapid response team, but what about Credible Messengers?
I don't believe I made any requests for additional Credible Messengers. I don't think that's been in my submission.
Why is that?
Well, I think we prioritize what our biggest needs are, and we really have a significant need for YDRs. Not to minimize credible messengers or any other members of our team, but the priorities are to get those direct care staff. I do have a response on the total number of youth that have absconded. For the year, it was 17.
Do we have any did we lose any committed youth last year due to gun violence?
I'll have to check with my team.
We can get that. That'll be helpful for us. I want to jump down to the OASIS program. And I heard you talk about the number of participants. I think you said 60 something. Is that accurate?
Yeah, 60 youth and families.
And I know I've seen a group go down from Kramer Middle School, which they were excited about. I actually greeted them the morning before they left. And I think this is an excellent way because, you know, oftentimes I hear, Mr. White, I can't get any help for my child until he or she commits a crime or get into the system. By that time, it's too late. How can you all help me? And I think we talked about this concept, I think about 5 years ago, with Director Lacey trying to put together something. And this was what it evolved into, and working with the previous director as well. And so I think it's a chance for us to do something to intervene. Can you speak to the OASIS program? I know you spoke to it briefly about how long they are there, what's happening while they're there, and how do you select the youth who go into OASIS?
So youth are selected through the school system. So the schools that we're working with will identify youth that they believe are appropriate for OASIS, and we work with them to take those cohorts. I'll need to check with my team on how long each of the cohorts last, but it is a period of time. And we have staff on OASIS that work with youth at the school. So they do provide services to the youth after school with tutoring services and just general, I would say, mentoring services, working with them on any issues that they may be having, if they're having conflicts with other kids at school, trying to help them process through those things. And then also we have them they come out for activities at the OASIS Reserve. At the Reserve, we do have a number of animals for animal therapy that they engage in. There are a number of cows, there are a number of goats. We had chickens, but I think we have a wolf or a fox or something that kind of took out our chicken population. Nevertheless, we let them interact. There's also an aviary where birds that are rescued, typically birds of prey, are brought in, and the youth are able to interact with those birds and with the handlers and learn about how they rehabilitate the birds. And generally, when you're working with animals, I think there is a positive benefit in terms of showing a nurturing side and allowing kids to have that ability to participate in it. There's also a ropes course, and the ropes course consists of a number of outdoor activities. They have sort of climbing areas. There's a zip line that's pretty long, so it's a very popular attraction for the young people to take the zip line. And then we have the little Patuxent River that runs through the property. So we offer boating, A lot of kids that we have in here have never been on a boat. It's not a deep water river, but even though it's pretty shallow, and if you fell out of the boat, you could, just stand up. We see a lot of young people that have a fear of going into the boats, and so we have to work with them and assist them in overcoming that fear. And eventually, most everybody does participate. There is a component that will be coming on very soon where we have meeting space for large groups, and we'll be able to do overnight activities for our young people. So some of the cohorts have come out, like for instance at Halloween, we did a Halloween activity out at the Oasis Reserve, and we brought all of the kids that were participating and we invite their families as well to do trick-or-treating and to have sort of a little bit of a haunted forest. And as we get the construction completed, we're going to be able to do those overnight stays where we can bring youth and their families together. And it really is a respite for young people that have been dealing with situations. As I said, the school system identifies these kids. They generally are either struggling academically or behaviorally or both. And so it is a very low stress environment. It gets them into a rural landscape. It is remarkable, even though we are still very close to the city and in the middle of Laurel, Maryland, that we have so much wooded area around us, you wouldn't know, you would think you were in a forest. And so it's very quiet, it's very peaceful. Lets youth and their families have an opportunity to reflect. The program lasts for 16 weeks for each cohort. So that's generally what we're doing at Oasis.
Thank you. I want to ask you, Director, about programming with organizations, partners, contracts, nonprofit communities.
So, in terms of partners and nonprofits, I haven't spent a lot of time developing relationships with the nonprofit organizations. We do have some relationships, but in terms of, partnering with other agencies, we do have partnerships with several other agencies. I'll just start with the curfew process. That has been actually an opportunity to build relationships with our partner agencies. The way that we set that up is through agreement. Obviously, MPD is the biggest partner that we have because they're the ones that are bringing kids to us. But after we do our intake assessment of the young person, the next biggest partner is CFSA. And we contact them and identify any custody matters, excuse me, so that we can ensure that we're getting youth to the right home. If they've been removed from a home, if there's any abuse allegations, we obviously don't want to send them to the wrong place. We also have partnerships with DBH and basically the welfare system and the child welfare system, so that if we identify families that have needs, that we can refer them to SNAP benefits. If they qualify for SNAP benefits, we want to have a warm handoff to those other agencies. And so they've given us specific points of contact, people that we can call in the moment to help enroll them. And any youth that we are unable to find a home for, to get them back to their home by the morning, CFSA takes custody of them and provides them services. So we do learn from that experience.
Yeah, a lot of that is heavy government, which is problematic in itself. And I think I heard one of the speakers today talk about DC Youth Link. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but we used to also have the lead entity, Citywide Coordinating Council for Youth Violence Prevention, which was an excellent model that we had in the city to provide wraparound services prior to release. And so just a little history. What historically happened, and part of this is still happening now to some degree, but not like it used to. What historically happened is there was a model called Triangle in One, where we met with now what is called violence interrupters, credible messengers, organizations. You can have a football coach, you can have a jump rope team, you might do chess, you might do rugby. It's a various number of community stakeholders all involved in this one consortium. And what typically happens is that the youth, while in, will have someone like a credible messenger interacting with him or her, trying to figure out what they want to do prior to returning to community based on their plan. And the agency will partner with the Youth Family Trust Corporation, which has allocated $1 million of funds that the organization can draw down from, and partner with DYRS to provide their services upon release. So that was mentoring. Some of that was SAT prep. Some of that was GED. Some of it was a variety of things depending on the need of the child, of course. And that happened on the inside. So when they came home, they were accountable to about between 3 and 5 different organizations, right? Which help keep the recidivism down, help to keep them engaged, and it also brought their family and friends involved, because a lot of times during these activities, their friends will come with them or their friends will go, and we had a hold on where they were, who they were with, and what they were doing when they was released from DYRS. Now it's not what it used to be. Primarily, you probably had a credible messenger. And even when I hear from those who are contracted with programming, I'm not sure. You probably give me some clarity on this. Are they meeting the youth prior to them getting assigned to their organization? Or because there's a disconnect between the money we putting out for programming and the youth attending those programs. So I'll pause for a minute. If you can give your ideas and thoughts around that, because that did work. I know, because I was intimately involved with that during that time.
Yeah, and I have heard about DC Youth Link. I know it was some time ago, 2009, I believe, was the date that I heard. So I think finding information on that might be probably mostly by word of mouth. Generally speaking, if we have community supports for young people, I mean, for any young person, I think that there is certainly advantage to us and to the community at large. And I support having those kinds of outreach organizations. In terms of, how they're funded, it's hard to, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around funding it through DYRS when we're the back end of the system versus funding it at the front end of the system, because I think they are far more effective if we are seeing young people, heading in the direction of DYRS, to head them off into those community-based programs. I think that's where it's effective. By the time you reach commitment, that's the point where the court has said, okay, we've tried this. You may have had a bite at the apple for diversion. You may have had a period of probation, and now we're going to commit you. And so, a community-based approach, I think, is late if we're talking about community-based approach, from our perspective. I think earlier in the system, it makes complete sense. Things that we could look at doing. Functional family therapy is something that could be offered in the community, or other evidence-based interventions that could be done without court involvement, but that are very effective at moving kids, and families and dealing with the issues that families may be facing. I think that there are certainly recreational activities to keep kids occupied when they're particularly after school or during the summertime. That idle time is difficult. The other thing that we can look at doing, if you're not doing out of school time programs, is shifting the school day and having school run later so that kids are staying supervised at school for a little bit longer. But certainly having those periods of time, typically kids are getting out of school around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but parents aren't getting home until later. Those hours are dangerous hours. Those are hours where we need to have enhanced supports, and where we would look to, I would recommend we look at, developing programming.
So thank you, Director. I want to be clear. I don't know if I know you spoke to this, but I don't want you to think I was talking about necessarily DYRS funding it, which could, but that was a role of the trust fund that the government set up so that community stakeholders, nonprofit organizations, businesses can draw from that did youth programming.
Oh, but that's a model I really like then, Council Member. And, I think maybe we need to, I certainly support that idea. I think having community programming, again, particularly in that out of school time period, is an effective way at keeping kids out of the system, keeping them out of involvement, and keeping them involved in pro-social activities. That is a very good investment.
Yeah.
And if I could support it in any way, I certainly will.
Yeah, so we putting some thought together around that, because most of the time when I did legislation and funded, I went through the Office of Out of School Time, which is very different from the trust, because the trust was I want to say quasi-government, wasn't necessarily government, but had a lot of government interventions, interactions, processes. I did want to note that I did see in your MLK Achievement Center, your unique community participants were 441. And I know that center, you not only take in DYRS youth, but youth from anywhere throughout the city. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And unique post-commitment on MLK was 72. And unique committed youth was 56. And I guess that's from FY23. And at the 450 8th Street location, which is Achievement Center on 450, unique community participants were at 284, and unique post-committed youth were 65, and unique committed youth were 34. So that number has gone up since the pandemic. And I was at a program with Dolls and Dreams last weekend, which wasn't a DYRS program, but I know that sometimes when I visit the Achievement Center on MLK, they were there doing programming with the young ladies. It is my hope to get programs like that, more funding, and not just that program, but programs like that, and that's going to really have some impact. Because at the end of the day, it's really about focusing our time and energy on those organizations and individuals to create impact to help to change life, like we heard from the young lady who testified that's about to graduate from college, right? And I think that even in our previous hearings, we heard from youth who were able to speak. They had an individual who intervened and cared about them, loved on them, gave them money to catch the bus, resources to get some clothes, some shoes, food, that really was pivotal in them changing their lives around. I think that we have to figure out the ecosystem to develop that. It also includes DYRS.
Absolutely, I totally agree, and I think that what you describe in terms of success stories, that's the same thing that I hear from young people too. When you ask successful kids what worked for them, oftentimes the response is somebody that cared. They don't generally point to a particular program or something, but they point to people and people that cared and that provided them the support when they needed it. And so I am excited about the work that we do at the Achievement Centers, because it does provide a lot of different supports. As you mentioned, there's programming there, but we also have a clothing closet. And if you need a pair of shoes or a new pair of pants, we have those in stock and we can get those for you. We feed kids. If they need a hot meal, they can come in and get a hot meal. So it's providing those extra supports that I hope will make the difference in being part of that expression of love for the young people that we serve.
Thank you. And I guess in our questionnaire, I was trying to get a breakdown of how many kids are participating in what type of programs. Because as you know, us as adults, we can think that this program is good, this program is good, but when it comes down to it, if the youth don't want to go there, they're not going to go there. And then it also speaks to, who is working in the program, because some people have personalities that draw kids in, and some people may not have that gift. And so I didn't see the answer to that. The question was number 87, 87B. Which programs has the highest number of participants, and which program has the lowest number of participants? So we not making a response to that. I think it was just in the group.
Okay. If that was missing from the response, I apologize. I do have it. The highest number of participation was the barbering program and the music studio. The music studio, I believe, is provided by Easy Street. And we have 10 to 13 average monthly participants for the year for each of those programs. The lowest attended programs were cosmetology, social emotional wellness, and IT/construction, which had 1 to 6 participants monthly in the year.
Okay.
And if we missed that in the response, we'll resend that information.
All right. Thank you for that. I think that we talked about some trade offerings in the facility, and based on your response, I see you said that IT construction had the lowest engagement, and that's concerning, partly because when I interact with young people in the community, not just young people, young adults too, maybe 24, 25, they pretty much say they're trying to get on this project, but they haven't hired them. And I do a call with a lot of construction happening in my ward, particularly weekly. And some of the barriers, as most know, is, there's a safety job, so you got to have a clean uniform. And some of them are skilled level trades: drywall, masonry, ductwork, electricity, carpentry, and most of them that don't have their certificates outside of an OSHA certification. And so if we know that on average our kids are staying in our custody for 6 months or more, and then you talked about the Title 16, you staying longer than that, then they should be having some type of trade or skill upon releasing back to the community. There's no way they housed with us for that longer time. We got their attention, they're settled. They should be learning something in additional to what they are learning. I understand that our program is going on, but more so something where they can obtain certification if that's not happening. And I don't want to assume, I haven't heard of it. So if you can speak to that, Director.
Yeah. For the Title 16 youth, being housed at YSC, it would be challenging to do a type of skilled trade program there. We have limited space, and with the nature of their charges, doing those kinds of trainings requires access to tools that are that could be used as weapons. So I would have to really think through how we could engage those kids in a kind of in that kind of training. Generally speaking about the skilled trades, it has been a challenge to get kids interested in the trades that have the best job prospects. Unfortunately, young people are interested in things that are, as you see, the music program and the barbering program were the biggest draws, but those aren't the most lucrative. I mean, if you're Taylor Swift, it's lucrative, but for most people, that's not going to be a lucrative career. Whereas construction trades is going to pay a much higher wage and be able to support a family. The other challenge is, with keeping kids engaged with employers. Unfortunately, young people are notoriously fickle with employers, and in order to get those certifications, it's not just sitting in a program or getting education in a classroom. A lot of that work to get the certification is on-the-job training, and you've got to go work for an employer for a period of time as an apprentice, and keeping them engaged has been challenging in any environment that I've worked in, and I think that's something that we have to try to overcome. I know that with our team at Oasis, they are really trying to put together a program that can do that. They have some really good ideas, but I have yet to find one that has been very successful engaging in young people with job prospects. We can get kids employed. It's keeping them employed that's really been the Achilles heel of a lot of these programs. And again, with that long length of time that they have to do that job, it really requires a lot of effort that may go beyond the time that they're with us. So I'm not opposed to the challenge. I certainly want to engage in that because I agree with you. Having a great career, having an opportunity to earn money and support your family is the best way to move kids into a pro-social lifestyle.
Yeah, and I think that based on my experience, young people stay engaged more when they have continuum of care and wraparound services, especially for those younger ones. And so it is a way to be successful with that. We just can't just blanket that whole thing, because I've seen, I was in my office last week, and it was a group of people here about a bill. And in that crowd of individuals was one of the gentlemen's, Kenny Glover. And Kenny Glover was, in and out the system as a juvenile and as an adult. He ended up going through the program at Easter River Clergy Police Community Partnership with Reverend Isaac, who was a part of the lead entity that I worked with back in the day. And now I refer to him to hire people from the community at Middle and Long, right? And so with the right people in their corner and wraparound services, it's definitely possible. In fact, I called Kenny after seeing him that day to hire a youth that was on my Instagram live last week, and he went in the interview with him already. Don't know if he got the job or not yet. I need to follow up, but if we got some type of, once they in, someone to kind of like a credible messenger, a violence interrupter to stay on top of them, their success is it's have a greater chance of being successful and matriculating through the company. We've done that in a number of instances. So I want to, take some of those things that do work and talk about what do work instead of talking about, what don't work, because we know what works. Oh, did want to jump down to not just trades, but also access to educational supports. The data shows that most of the youth that interact with our systems are reading below their grade level and are not at grade level in English or math. And I know we were working on securing a contract, in which we eventually did, with See Forever Foundation. But just wanted to ask, where are we with educational contracts, our interventions to get youth on reading level? If you could speak to the education component, that'd be helpful to me.
So as you mentioned, yeah, we do have contract with the See Forever Foundation for both YSC and New Beginnings. They offer a range of educational programming for our kids. Obviously, the core requirements that we have to comply with, as well as supplemental programming, like art or I don't want to call it carpentry. Maybe woodworking is a better term. And they can change the mix of programming that they offer for our kids, depending on what they find interesting. I need to look into to see if we are how much we're impacting the deficits that our kids come with in terms of their performance academically. I know that our kids come oftentimes having been disconnected from school for a lengthy period of time, and so they have fallen behind. But we do provide individualized education services, so they can catch up. But I don't have the data in front of me to show how much they're achieving per se. I do think that See Forever is a great partner. They come with an excellent reputation, and I think that they've done a great job working with our kids and working with the agency to deliver education services in a difficult environment.
Yeah. How do you measure that? What are your how many received their high school diploma? How many got their GEDs? How is the agency monitoring to say they're doing good? What is that? What is that measurement?
Yeah, that's the data I need to come back to you with.
Don't know so we don't know if they're closing the achievement gaps as far as the basic math and English. And we don't know. You don't know if they. You got to get back to me about if they have completing a high school diploma. And I do have to note that not everyone is there long enough to get their high school diploma. But those who are, how you got how many we have what 14? We have 14 Title 16 youth there. Is that the number?
I believe we're at 18 today.
18. And so we've had at one time we had over 40 come in and out, and for a extended period of time. So how many of those have their GED? Like how do we know they're good? And I'm not saying they're not good, but what are we measuring to say what's good about them?
So I'll get those measures and report back to you, council member. I don't have those at my fingertips, but I will seek that information out. And I do believe our partners do have that data.
Yeah, we would like to get that to make that a part of the public record, because that's critical. Into ensuring that when they return back, they're not in the streets. They're employable. They have a sense of self-worth, a sense of self-esteem, feeling valued, feeling accomplished, right? Because when you don't, Washington, D.C. is the second or third most degree place in the United States of America. So the job market is tough. And so it becomes even tougher for those who don't even have a GED or high school diploma. And when we look at the data for young African-American men and women, and even there's some Latino populations there, the chance of going to prison is highly likely, especially with the social ills they're facing. So when they're in our care, it's important that we are closing those gaps, boosting their self-esteem, and helping them to get the tools they need to be employable, because a lot of these crimes that we're seeing are poverty-related crimes. We talking about a kid, he was telling me that he was involved in stealing cars, and he was getting $125 for a car. I'm like, what? and I'm just listening, trying to hear him out. But I'm like, that's not even. We don't understand the value of a car, even what you're getting paid. You're going to run through that in a couple of days. And I walked through that with the group, but this particular young man talked about that. Even when you see the looting and Center City and people running in the store snatching products off the shelf, right? That's a poverty related crime, and that's not just monetary. That's also mental. Poverty is also a mental state, so it should be some financial literacy done there. And we have to raise the bar and create some standards of what real education look like, or they'll be in DC jail. And when I go over to the jail, just like we talk about DYRS, its projected population. DC jail is the exact same way. I go over there often, walk through it, man. And most of them that I see there was at DYRS at one time or another, or formerly Oak Hill, depending on how old they are. And that's a problem. And not saying DYRS is the end all solution, but I just think that if we have them in our care, we got to do anything and exhaust all our resources to ensure they get what they need, so we can remove a lot of their excuses.
Absolutely, and I did get the information on graduations. We had 14 youth graduate from high school, and there were 8 that were enrolled in post-secondary education, so postgraduate type of work, either college or trade school.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I did know I had met with one group of kids that were in UDC that were there.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. They were smart. They were brilliant. But one of the things that happened was that they were transferred to DC jail because they were too old to be there, and they pretty much had to drop out of college. And that concerned me. Um, I was able to talk to the director of the DC jail about that, because if we got kids that's going to get a college degree while there, and he or she may got 3 years, and they can come home and earn an income $70,000-$100,000 a year, we need to put everything we can behind them to ensure that the BOP and our federal and local partners are working to achieve that, because that's critical. And for them to break that education and go there, it was heartbreaking for me to hear and see that.
No, it is unfortunate, and I'll certainly try to work with our partners there to maintain any education programs that they're in.
How does DYRS track youth once they leave the facility and return back to the community, as far as see if they still going to school, see if they still enrolled into programs, see if they still in jobs? What's our tracking mechanism?
So our kids, when they leave us and they return to the community, they have a community plan. It's a community placement agreement is what it's called, and it'll detail all the requirements that we have, both for the youth and for our team to enroll them in. Typically, you'll see things like re-enrolling in school. I insist that our team re-enrolls youth into school if they haven't graduated. Enrolling them into services, so using community-based services that are available. In the past, unfortunately, our team has relied on the youth or their families to do that, and we have changed that. And now we require our staff to enroll kids in all of the services that are outlined on their CPA. Their care coordinator will remain in contact with them. They have required visits. They can do phone calls, they can do virtual visits, and they can do in-person visits to check on them. As I mentioned at the very beginning of their time, they will be on GPS monitoring, and the GPS team communicates all of the actions that they take with the care coordinators, so that there can be follow-up if there are issues with that level of supervision. So we do maintain contact with those youth. We also have post-commitment services. So kids that have completed their commitment, can continue to get services, and we had that in our presentation. I think there were about 112 or 113 youth that were receiving post-commitment services, and 111. And these youth can continue to access the resources at the Achievement Center. They can continue to participate in group therapy there. They can, get job training because we do a lot of job training there. We're right now, the Volt Academy is got a cohort of youth that are coming through for construction training. So these resources are still available to youth up until they're age 24. Of course, those are voluntary. When their commitment's over, we're not supervising them through any kind of legal means. But we do have a number of youth that avail themselves of those services.
Thank you, and I do know in my interactions with, because I talk to the youth as often as I can, and when I see them with their credible messenger, I just talk to them in general. Those who do well, sometimes it's not even based on our system. It's based on the personality or the worker. And that concerns me, because what I didn't hear is like, how are we tracking this information once they leave? Is it a database in which when these you said?
Yeah, all of the contacts that our care coordinators have are logged into our FamCare system. So we do have a database of the contacts of the services that they are required to have. Absolutely.
And I did want to note earlier today, let me figure out who was that. I think it was the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. Mr. Jordan did note that your systems had gotten better as far as transparency and communicating stuff that he was looking for. So I did want to note that because that's critical to the council and the members holding this agency accountable and making sure we're reaching our goals. And so what other systems outside of FamCare?
I'm sorry, what
other systems do you have outside of FamCare?
Well, we do have databases of information that individuals have kept. I'm working to get all of that information into FamCare. I think having everything centralized in one location is going to make the sort of research and evaluation piece a lot better and a lot more convenient for us or our partners to access information.
All right, because I heard you talk about the 14 youth that graduated age post-secondary, but I wanted to know how many did not graduate, how many are still working through their process, how many, just didn't do well. And I think that part of, not just with DYRS, but government in general, don't like to speak to the deficiencies of what's not working. But the only way to improve on what's not working is to acknowledge what's not working so we can improve upon that. And a lot of times we don't have that information. So I know 14 you've graduated. They graduated in 1 year, 2 years.
That was just in that fiscal year, the 14 that graduated. We're in the fiscal year 2023. We do have quarterly meetings with the school system, with students, and discuss youth grades, attendance, and what they need in terms of supports, whether it be from their care coordinators or from credible messengers. And we do track their data. So there is information in FamCare that is tracking educational data.
And I did want to ask, when I was there, I spoke to one of the young ladies who was pregnant. What kind of and the healthcare system there, and it's kind of a two-pronged question. Because when I was there speaking to somebody in the health suite, I was asking her how many people are usually there, and she didn't want to answer. And I had to kind of push her. I'm like, how many people are you? She's like, normally it's 3, but it's just me. And I guess she was speaking to the people that was out, that was in the health suite, and this is at YSC. And so I just wanted to know, how are we addressing the healthcare needs there? And also how we catering to the young ladies who have special needs based on their bodies. And the one young lady, I'm not sure if it was others there, who were pregnant.
Yeah, we did have a pregnant young lady. She actually had a very complex pregnancy and was transitioned to a hospital setting. She did deliver, and she delivered prematurely her child, but she is. We've arranged to keep her in the community. She's being housed in a shelter home so that she can go daily to visit her baby in the hospital because her baby was so premature. The baby's in intensive care. In terms of health, we have made many strides in terms of filling our positions. I mentioned that we had, when I started here, we had a vacant chief medical officer, vacant nurse practitioner supervisor, number of vacant nurse positions. We have filled those positions. I'll ask my team to see if we have any current nursing vacancies, but we have made great effort to not only bring leadership, but also to fill those nursing positions. I believe the independent monitor did make note of that. We have, I think, in terms of the leadership, very qualified physician. Dr. Holder is a specialist in pediatric medicine. He actually taught pediatric medicine at Harvard University and has held a number of positions since then. Our nurse practitioner is somebody that's very experienced working in residential facilities. And I think the two of them are providing great leadership and have been recruiting staff and improving the services of our healthcare. So at the time that you went there, we may have had some vacancies, but we have been very diligent to those nursing vacancies.
Got it. And how are they responding to injuries?
So injury, our medical staff are involved, and basically they take the lead and make the decision making. I'll never, and I always, our teams do not inject themselves into medical decisions. Dr. Holder and Nurse Jackson take the lead on that. So they'll make an assessment if a youth can be treated in the facility. They'll administer treatment there. If they feel that it's necessary to move them into a hospital setting, we'll transport them to a hospital setting.
Which agencies are connected to the Fusion electronic health record systems?
Which agency is connected to the Fusion?
Yeah.
I believe I know our behavioral health team is, I don't want to say I know it, but I believe behavioral health is in that system. And I need to verify if the health records are all there. I think they are. I believe we have electronic health records for all of our kids, but let me verify that.
What about DC Health?
What do you mean? What about DC Health?
Are they integrated into the Fusion system?
I don't know what the status of DC Health is for Fusion.
Okay. And I did have some concern in reference to safety in and around the facility. and it's jumping around a little bit, but it just came back on my notes. I guess a youth came up to the facility and it was alleged he had a gun. And just concern for staff. And it was also known that a staff who had an interaction with one of the youth at the facility was later shot by one of the youth in the community. Does the agency have some thoughts or some plans or some processes to kind of monitor those type of things?
So when we have, obviously we do have security staff at the front door of all of our buildings and all of our facilities, and they manage access into the facilities. In terms of when we have issues in the community, one of the things that we have implemented is a procedure for intervention when there is risk of harm, particularly if somebody has been shot. We want to intervene and develop safety plans for those youth. So it is a safety planning procedure. And the idea here is that we, particularly if somebody has been shot and survived, we want to make sure that we are taking steps to safeguard that young person, because somebody may still be out there, attempting to do them harm. And so that includes gathering information from our credible messengers, gathering information from or interacting with police if they have information about suspects or where it might be unsafe for a young person to be, and working with victim services to identify potential housing opportunities that are outside of the area that is deemed dangerous.
Thank you. There has also been some concern about LGBTQ youth in a facility feeling unsafe, really not getting the issues heard. Are you familiar with this at all? Have you heard this?
I haven't had any of those issues raised to me. If there are some specific safety concerns, I certainly will look into addressing that.
Okay, and there's also some concerns, as you know, you probably heard this with the younger kids that were 12 years old in a facility with older young people, 16, 17, 18. What is the philosophy around housing those younger kids and with other kids?
So generally, age is one of the considerations that we look at when we're making housing assignments. We look at somebody's relative size. Currently it's the community beefs that seems to be the driver of where young people are housed. But we do try to take precautions if somebody is of slight build or is particularly young and vulnerable, and to put them into a housing unit that has younger kids or less sophisticated kids that they may be able to interact with. As you know, when the facility is full, it is far more difficult to do classification for kids. But we do everything we can to make sure everybody is safe.
And on the programming side, I just want to know your thoughts, because some of the thoughts is around youth not going to programming because I guess the courts doesn't mandate they go to programming. Do you have a philosophy around that one way or another?
Are you talking about kids in the community?
Yeah.
Well, if we have a community placement agreement that requires them to engage in programming, then that's a requirement that they have to comply with, and we'll work with them on that. Obviously, if it's something that's been raised to the court and they say, well, we don't want to enforce it, that would certainly undermine what we're trying to do. But I'm not familiar of situations where the court has done that.
When you say that, what are you referring to?
You mentioned that courts were telling youth that they did not need to engage in programming, or they weren't ordered into programming.
No, it goes to the premise of the numbers at these centers, say the achievement centers. And sometimes youth don't come because they're not mandated to come. Like you just said, it's voluntary. But in some instances, some people need to be mandated to participate in their own prosperity. Like they need to go to these programs, get some of the things they don't think they need that you need. And unfortunately, when these things are not offered in the homes, the government has to intervene and provide these things. But when they're not mandatory, they slip through the cracks. It leads to low numbers in programs that may be excellent, but you've not shown up because they don't have to.
So for committed youth, if we require them to participate in the achievement center and they don't, we do have the authority to bring them back into custody. And so we don't need to go to the courts to do that. If we're talking about post-committed kids, yes, those kids are coming there voluntarily. We don't have any authority over them. But I'll note that the number of youth participating post-commitment services has been increasing over the last 4 years. So in fiscal year 20, we were at 81, then 92, 105, 111. These are all post-committed kids that are coming voluntarily. So I think we're doing a better job of being attractive and getting them involved. But for committed kids, we still do have authority over them.
So what's the numbers for committed youth? Because those are non-committed. What's the numbers for committed?
I'll have to look and see what we have. It may not be a requirement for every committed youth that we put back into the community, but I can get that data for you.
So I guess my question is around, you said that we have committed youth who in our care who has to go to programming. And those who don't, we can bring them back in. I'm trying to find out how many are supposed to go to programming that are going versus how many are not going, what's the consistency of them not going, and what's some of the consequences in place for those who have not gone, and what's those numbers? Because that's helpful to know, like if you clearly don't want to be compliant with what we're telling you to do, then that's deviant behavior that can lead to other deviant behavior in the community. All right, while you looking that up,
yeah, I'll get that information for you, council member, and I agree with your premise. If we require somebody to do something and they don't do it, there must be a consequence. Otherwise, we're a paper tiger. So I'll find out what we're doing, and if it isn't sufficient, we'll make changes there.
great, Director. And I know that this PowerPoint piece was sent to us, but if we can have something in a Word document that lays out what the plan is, that'd be helpful so we can circulate to the other members. Because I didn't know when you sent that was the plan. And some members have expressed some concerns about you submitting that, because that was supposed to be submitted in November. So I want to make sure we get that. I have a few more questions in closing, Director.
Okay.
Go, you got a response to that?
Yeah. We did give a written form of the communication in our responses in the performance oversight. So I'll get that piece and put it into a document and send it to you separately.
I have the questions and answers, but what I'm speaking of is the corrective action plan for the agency. When you came on board, you know what I'm talking about, Director? You submitted an outline to the plan. You said we was gonna get it within 20 days, and it's 80 days. We just got it something a few days ago. That's more what I'm talking about for clarity.
So on page 12 of the response, which is question number 14, that's where we responded with a narrative form of that plan.
So on page 12, it speaks to AC's top priorities. Any speech to population management, staff unavailable for duty, recruit and fulfill key leadership positions, developing office of policy and quality assurance, shelter and group homes. Yeah, but one of the most critical issues in the agency, again, is assaults, violence, drugs, education. I can go down the list, Director, and this does not cover some critical things in the agency. So while I understand that this is what you sent, we need some more to this that speaks to some of those things. If you can send that, that'd be helpful. And you spoke to some of that in the hearing, but it'd be better for us to have that because we have to have accountability measures in writing that when we come back, we can know how far we're along in these goals and what those goals are. Because it gets, in some instances, you say that you want to attain 80% of this, and you may have done 56%, right? And so this doesn't give us any measurable outcomes to that. It's kind of like bullet points and some thoughts and vision casting, but you get what I'm saying. So some more.
I understand what you're saying, Councilmember. This is what I prioritize, and we do have performance measures. There are measures that are contained that we have. So I'll look at those, and I don't want to belabor the point. But there are performance metrics that are used.
And I got yeah. So and I'm just talking about performance measures on some of those key things I just listed because I don't want the public or anyone to think that there are not performance measures. There are a number of performance measures, and I gave some examples to use. Like for example, I got this one right here. The measure is percentage of newly committed youth that undergo a complete case planning process within 90 days of their commitment. The performance target was 80%. The FY23 reported measure was 45.3%. So we do have some of that. So I just want to give some clarity to that. We don't have a lot of that, but it is definitely in here in some instances. And I talked about that when I talked about some of the assaults going up from 5 to 9. So we will be following up, Director, with some of these core issues and also some putting some meat on the bones as far as getting us to where we need to be as an agency. I know you haven't been there a year yet, and you have a daunting task, and while hiring new people, which makes it even more cumbersome. But I also wanted to let you know we also are interested in a law library being there that the youth expressed as well. So you'll be seeing something from us regarding that as well. Director.
Understood, and I appreciate the support, Councilmember White. I know that we have the same goal of having a successful agency, and I look forward to working together with you and the rest of the council to achieving those goals.
Thank you. I would like to thank my staff here who are assisting us with this, and also your staff, Office of Cable Television, and all the committee members that are engaged in this process to ensure that we are doing our best job to ensure that our youth are coming back whole into the community with some of the tools that they didn't have to be productive adults as they matriculate in our community to maximize their potential. A final note to this hearing: if anyone cannot testify but would like to testify, can submit written testimony to be included on public record. This testimony should be emailed to RYA. That's RYA@dccouncil.gov by Thursday, February 29th, 2024 at 6 p.m. to be an official record. I want to thank you, Director, and your team for the work you're doing. With no other business before this committee, the time is now 3:04 p.m., February the 16th, 2024, and this hearing is adjourned.